Hi guys, hope everyone is well. Welcome to Overlord, light novel. Enjoy listening. If you like my content, join me on Patreon, where you can find more and exclusive novels. Also, you can leave a donation by clicking the super thanks button. Thank you very much for your support. Volume 0. The Conquest of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Part 1. The massive door seemed to shriek as it slowly opened. The ear-piercing sound never went away, no matter how many times he oiled it. The reason was clear, because the door's metal parts were warped beyond repair. Replacing those parts meant the door would no longer make that sound, but he, Suzuki Satoru, did not feel it was necessary. Spending money on this door, which he only used when he went to and came back from work, was too much of a waste. In addition, he had come to think of this creepy noise as a welcome, so he was somewhat attached to it. The most important thing was that this noise could serve as a burglar alarm of sorts, provided any burglars actually came to this broken-down apartment. Nobody would think there was anything valuable hidden behind a door that made this kind of noise. After all, if anyone was going to the effort of robbing a house, they would probably rob another, more promising home instead. The white lights in the ceiling came on, triggered by motion sensors, and the ancient air purifier rumbled to life. The hollow, cold and dark sensation still remained, despite the lights turning on. The scene beyond this door was the very picture of lonely, gloomy abandonment. However, this was an everyday sight for him. He closed the door and engaged the 3 locks, but even so, any thief could probably still break in. An electronic lock. Perhaps he should use something better here. However, Suzuki Satoru's high-speed mental calculations concluded that he should not waste his limited capital on theft prevention. The possibility of someone robbing him was very low, and at the moment he felt that his effort would be wasted, so he discarded the idea of spending money on it. Truthfully speaking, he was not that poor. His salary was meager, but he still lived above the poverty line. He had an ample balance in his bank accounts, but he had no idea how to spend that money. He forced himself to be thrifty because he felt that he should not waste money. He felt that someday, he would have the chance to use that money to enjoy himself. He tossed his beat-up shoes aside, and suddenly his steps through the entrance hall felt very light, as though the heaviness of his previous movements were all because of his shoes. The kitchen was near the hallway, and it was practically empty. To begin with, there were no cooking utensils at all. Suzuki Satoru washed his hands in the kitchen, then took out a towel, which he wetted. After that, he opened the small, old fridge. For some reason, he felt bad that it was still there, and took out his dinner. Eating was important. Hunger would reduce his ability to think, and it would inconvenience his comrades. He passed 3 doors along the way, the toilet, the bathroom, and the bedroom, before finally opening the innermost door, to be greeted by a somewhat small room. A black frame about 100 centimeters wide rested upon a stand of some sort. In front of that was a comfortable-looking, high-class chair, complete with a footrest. On the side was a remote control and power cables, resting on a wheeled, 2-layered table. These were the only things in the room, apart from a calendar on the wall. The furniture was clustered in the center of the room. The lack of anything else might make people think that the owner of this room was an empty shell of a human being who had no interest in anything. Upon the table was the sole bastion that attested to his humanity, a photo of a happy family cradling a baby. Suzuki Satoru came to the chair and laid his dinner on the table. Then, he undid his necktie and dumped it on the ground. After that, he pulled off his air-filtering mask and his goggles in a single motion. His coats were next. He peeled them off, one after the other, and the sense of liberation he felt blooming from within was evident on his face. Then, he shed his pants. In his unsightly attire of shirt and boxers, he wiped himself down with the damp towel. Although he planned to take a steam bath afterwards, he could not stand the discomfort of a sticky body. As he wiped himself, he hooked his clothes on the tip of his toe and kicked them into a small pile in the corner of the room. Although they were contaminated by the outside air, they were still his property, which he had paid for, so he would need to wash them to get the dirt off. However, he would do that later, it was too troublesome right now. He focused on wiping his face and hands, the parts of him which had been exposed to the outside air, and then laid the blackened cloth on the desk. After that, he practically threw himself onto the chair. It was brand name stuff, made by one of the big 8 corporations in the world. It might well have been the most expensive thing in the entire apartment. Despite how delicate it looked, it did not even creak under the weight of a grown man, in stark contrast with the main door. The man sighed deeply, and looked at the ceiling with dull, expressionless eyes. Then, he turned a keen gaze on the calendar. It's still a long way off. It was still the middle of the week. His next rest day seemed unbearably distant. As Suzuki Satoru mused on the number of days remaining, he ended up making a bunch of strangely modulated, and ultimately unintelligible noises with his mouth. After that, as though his batteries had run out, the noises stopped. Then, a smile dawned on his face. Well, forget it. Indeed. As long as he thought of what would soon come, even pain like that could be forgotten. Suzuki Satoru picked up his dinner, which he had just laid on the table. He inserted the straw into the steak-flavored liquid food, and sucked it up. It was little more than a sticky, meat-flavored gel. The truth was that it was awful, but he strongly felt that the pursuit of perfection in food was pointless. After all, it all became shit in the end, so investing money in it was pointless. The important thing was filling one's stomach, and if it was not nutritious enough, there were always pills for that. After that, Suzuki Satoru gulped down several multivitamin and supplement pills with a mouthful of health drink. That was the end of his 220 yen dinner. He usually ate lunch outside, which was more expensive than the most economical meal he could get, so he had to save money on his breakfast and dinner. After replenishing his nutrients, Suzuki Satoru finally began acting like a human being. Unlike the clumsy fumbling when he first came home, his eyes were bright and his movements were nimble. He picked up a black power cable, which was connected to a wall outlet. Suzuki Satoru removed the protective plastic covering on one end of the plug, revealing a plug that was roughly 3 centimeters across. A silver gleam blended with the liquid glittering of the slippery protective fluid. He held the cable in one hand and lifted up the hair on the back of his neck with the other. The subdued glint there came from the man-made object embedded in the nape of his neck. With practiced ease, he opened the roughly 3 centimeter cover on the back of his neck. The sliding motion exposed the socket hidden beneath it. He pressed the plug home, without any hesitation. In time with his quiet sigh, he could feel light moving through his body, as though his blood vessels were filled with radiance. The room had not changed, but his field of vision was different now. Several windows popped up within his line of sight, showing him the information flowing into the processor within his brain. He began operating the CPU. Someone from an earlier age might look askance at the strange gestures he was performing in empty space. However, his cranial CPU read the weak electrical impulses of his synapses, in other words, it was thought-controlled, and converted it into data. His thoughts reached his supercomputer through the medium of the cable, and turned on the television. The power came on, and a screen appeared in the black frame. Within it, a primly dressed Japanese female began reading the news. The conflict that started last year between the Second European Arcology and the Third European Arcology. He manipulated an invisible console and changed the channel. Regarding the 3 megacorporations in the capital, Neo-Kyoto. He changed the channel again. Arrested for the sale of illegal cyberware in Neo-Kyoto Hachiho. The screen flickered rapidly between several channels, but the news he was hoping to see did not appear. Suzuki Satoru moved his hand, and turned off the TV. Then, let's begin. He picked up the helmet that almost covered his entire head as mandated by the computer laws, connected another wire to his neck and linked it to the helmet, then put it over his head. Although it was supposed to be a full-face helmet, the camera mounted on the outside would transmit its video signal directly to the brain, so his field of vision was still clear. This helmet included a system that would automatically record everything which went on in the virtual world. As an aside, it would retain footage for a month, automatically deleting it after that. A lot of people wanted to avoid wearing this helmet. It was only natural, since putting it on was something like giving up one's privacy. Yet, almost everyone wore these helmets. It was not just because of the law. It was because it protected people. The neural nano interface was a human brain augmentation which allowed it to function as a supercomputer, a super high-performance personal computer. It was essential for daily life, but sometimes they were used in crimes as well. In particular, hackers would use the brains of others as a springboard to commit crimes. Because of that, helmets like these could prove one's innocence, even if the wearer was implicated in a crime. One could say this was the safety net of the computing world. In contrast, not having one of these greatly increased the chances that one might be charged when involved in a crime, so only a handful of people chose not to wear them. He noted the words that said recording had begun, and then he operated the console window floating near his hand. He opened several new windows nearby, then brought one of them near his hand and touched it. The window he touched had the word Yggdrasil on it. Soon, Suzuki Satoru's real life would begin. However, suddenly, an alert rang in his ear. Only he could hear it. A frustrated expression came over his face. The newly appeared window said, Intracranial nanomachine depletion over 85%. Please replenish nanomachines. Suzuki Satoru sighed with exaggerated loudness, in response to the damper on his enjoyment. Nobody was here, of course, but he could not help wanting to express his feelings. Fine, I got it. Suzuki Satoru minimized the window, which was making annoying alert noises. I know. I don't want to be booted out halfway during the game because of an error, so sit there and wait. He grabbed the painless syringe as he mumbled to himself. The injector looked like a seal stamp as he brought it to his arm, and then he pressed it. Much like how he felt when he inserted the plug into his head, he felt a radiance moving through his body. It started from his arms, and then spread through his body like wildfire. He calmly placed the empty syringe on the table. He could cheaply exchange it for a new one at a clinic, but if he broke it, the replacement would be very expensive. Therefore, he treated it carefully, in order not to waste money needlessly. A message told him that a quantity of cerebral nanomachines had been infused into his body, and then it automatically vanished. And now, the preparations were complete. That should be everything. There should be nothing else to get in his way. Nobody would call him, so there was no need to switch off the integrated mobile phone network. His eyes gleaming like a teenager at a theme park, Suzuki Satoru clicked the window named Yggdrasil. The world changed. His cerebral nanomachines began their computations, disrupting his field of vision and taking control of his voluntary nervous system, and everything changed. An empty void extended in all directions. No, there were things sparkling in the darkness like stars, like space. Among them floated a gigantic tree that seemed to encompass everything. Part of his visual field flickered, and if he tilted his head to the side, he could see something. It was a monster. Red-black flames burned in the eyes of the skeletal monster. He was not at all confused or afraid by the inhuman being that had appeared out of nothingness. Naturally, it was because that creature was his other self, with which he was intimately familiar. He reached out a hand, and in the moment that he touched the skeleton, his point of view changed once more. Countless lines of algorithms swept across his vision, and they vanished in an instant. They seemed to have some significance, but since he knew nothing about them, they were meaningless to him. Besides, not knowing them would not inconvenience him in the slightest. However, there was one line that he recognized. It was on the bar at the top of his view. If the number on the right did not reach 100%, the adventure would not begin. With nothing to do, he looked at his hands. They were now bereft of flesh, with only skeletal, inhuman hands in its place. He clenched his fists and opened them again. While the sensations were dull, it was close to reality now. The number on the top row became the 100% he was hoping for, and several icons appeared. The one he selected was composed of a triangle joined to a rectangle. In other words, the home button. If he clicked it, it would in turn change shape into a bar that represented a waiting area. The 18 to 30 on it represented that out of the maximum of 30 people, there were 18 already there. He hid his growing excitement under his unmoving, skeletal face, and then touched it with a bony hand. After that, he selected yes when he was asked, "Are you sure?" Beginning entry. Please stand by. The female voice, coming from beside his ear, had a musical quality about it, and sounded like a human speaking. Of course, it was electronically generated. Even people with good senses could not tell the difference. He knew that only someone like his friend, with excellent hearing, which his friend called useless pitch, would know about it. That piece of information came from that friend's elder sister, who told him about it in great detail. While it was good that she told him that, she had no intention of hiding her hatred of the people who stole her job, so he looked back on that 30-minute lecture, more of a protest, actually, with a small amount of dread. Even if people with experience in the field knew it was pointless, he still believed in that rumor of the online world, that telling the voice to hurry up would let you into the game more quickly. Therefore, he said to the voice, "Let me in faster." End of the first part. If you like my content, join me on Patreon, where you can find more and exclusive novels. Also, you can leave a donation by clicking the Super Thanks button. Thank you very much for your support. Part 2. The world of darkness filled with light. It was a strange feeling, though he closed his eyes, it felt like they were still open, but after it passed, he found himself standing in a room within a building. The brief disorientation he felt as his mind switched over to a fictional world quickly faded away. He carefully looked around his surroundings. The room was made of some kind of gray inorganic material, which looked like concrete, and it had a high ceiling. Though there were no obvious light sources, a side of the ceiling glowed with white light. "Momonga-san. Thanks for coming." Someone called out to him. Suzuki Satoru, Momonga, had logged into Yggdrasil countless times before, but nobody had ever spoken to him in this room, so he was confused for a moment. However, because it was a familiar voice, or perhaps it was the voice of one of the people in this clan that he was closest to, his mood immediately changed, and he answered. "Perorancino-san, good evening. Glad you came." The voice addressing him came from a man with the head of a ferocious beast, with wings on his back. He wore a suit of shiny golden armor. "It scared me. Momonga-san is the first person I've ever encountered here." "Same here. It seems we logged in at almost the same time." "Well, this sort of thing happens. The real surprise is why it didn't happen before now. After all, there should be a lot of people who get off work and log in right away, around the same time." His friend, Perorancino, walked toward him. With every step Perorancino took, golden motes scattered from his armor and vanished in midair. Bathed in the afterglow, he cut an imposing figure. "I've never seen that effect before. What's up with that? Could it be that it's from a data crystal dropped by monsters in the newly discovered area?" NOP. Perorancino's face did not change. A regrettable deficiency was that one's avatar could not change expressions to match one's voice. Still, his voice was perfectly clear, and so was the happiness in his words. "It's a character effect from a cash shop item." Momonga felt like the ground had just opened up under him. He should have displayed an emoticon, but he was not in the mood for that. Instead, he stalked up toward Perorancino. "No way. Why? Perorancino-san, how could you betray me like this? How could you betray our fiery friendship? Didn't we both promise to play without using cash items?" Indeed. Though they knew that one could pay to win with cash items, they had formed a no-cash item alliance, their souls blazing with the idea that they could compensate for weakness with skill. More to the point, Perorancino and Albert had been the ones who came up with that idea first. Being the first to betray it as well was absolutely unforgivable. Momonga-san, I'm sorry. Perorancino put his palms together in apology, but his words were unremorseful. You wanted to stuff all those effects in no matter what, but look now. Hasn't your armor gotten weaker? In Yggdrasil, players could design their equipment as they liked. This included their powers as well. However, abilities could not be stacked willy-nilly. The capacity of an item for data was determined by the item's construction and the material. In contrast, special effects took up a smaller amount of data capacity, so it was not uncommon for them to be imbued in an item to use up the leftover capacity. However, Perorancino was a power gamer, and people of that sort sought power at any cost. They were the type who obsessed over skills and character builds. Thus, devoting even a little bit of data capacity to special effects was a waste. Well, I know that. Momonga nodded, having changed his tone a little. He had not been serious about his accusations anyway. Perorancino-san, you've always been about perfect builds. Indeed. I wouldn't load useless data into my outfit. Perorancino was trying to build the item combo Sunfall, which needed a stringent selection of many data crystals, as well as armor and weapons to install them in. Still, there was some payoff to his hard work. He had managed to recreate the look of the item. That's why I had no choice but to install the effect into my avatar with a cash shop item. You should know, right? I don't like using cash items either. If I could stick it in my armor, I wouldn't need to do all that. It can't be helped. Man, I'm so envious of Touchsand's explosion effect and his landing effect. I wish I had those too. Those? Yeah, those are pretty flashy. The person in question was the leader of their clan, as well as the person Momonga was indebted to. He was in love with transforming heroes, and if the topic came up, he would be more than happy to begin discussing masked heroes who had debuted on wireless radio wave broadcast more than 150 years ago. Thus, one could say that it was his style. One of his special effects was programmed to automatically trigger a meaningless explosion behind him when he struck a certain pose. The other one. Still, the explosion is one thing, but those words. The first time I saw them, I honestly had no idea what kind of face to make. I mean, really? I kind of like it. Justice has arrived. The words would appear behind him when he took the appropriate pose. Seriously? Perorancino-san, you're amazing. You're really amazing. Amazing? Well, I think among us, only you like that sort of thing. It's true, my big sis said she wasn't into it. Wait, does that mean I'm the one with weird taste? If I agree with you, it'll reflect on Touchsand's tastes too, so I'll reserve comment. Isn't that the same as just agreeing with me? Although their expressions had not changed, the mood in the air had become very solemn. Well, it was not really that gloomy. Or rather, it felt more like they were playing around. Momonga laughed. For some reason, talking about these unimportant things made him very happy. He felt like he could keep chatting like this forever, but that would only impose on his friend Perorancino, and he wanted to see his other friends too. Momonga pointed to the tunnel. We shouldn't talk here. Let's go to the meeting point. Yes, I got it. The two of them walked forward, with matching strides. The tunnel was made of the same inorganic material as before, which could be easily mistaken for a prison, and it extended straight ahead. Although there were doors on both sides, the two of them ignored them and kept moving forward. One could say that the doors beside their destination were little more than decorations, and they could not open them even if they really wanted to. Speaking of which, what are we going to do today? It wasn't written on the mail, but we're probably going to take people to level up. I mean, the new people are all somewhat low-leveled. Still, they can still fight if they want to, even with a difference of 2 or 3 levels. Well, it'd be good if we could enrich ourselves along the way. In Yggdrasil, defeated monsters tended to drop money easily. This was because there were many crafting classes in the game. Most of them made scrolls or wands and staves, which were frequently used by magic casters, and which they could use as well. If less money dropped, magic item production would become very difficult, and magic-using classes would have to think twice about going on adventures with intense combat. This went against the design philosophy of having players explore the world. Therefore, the game was much more generous than its contemporaries with dropped money. What do you mean? Data crystals? Or money? Money, of course. Though there's some data crystals I want too. The two of them walked side by side. The two of them were in their full gear and were walking shoulder to shoulder, so they needed a lot of space. However, the dimensions of this tunnel were designated as variable, so the path would automatically change to match their body sizes. This was why they could walk this way. The data crystals you want are for your dream build's weapon, right? A dream build. Creating a second character was forbidden in the Dmork Yggdrasil. As a result, in order to make the most of their one avatar, the average player would develop their characters through trial and error. The aim of most players was power, or to fully develop the abilities of a non-combat profession, such as cooking or alchemy or the like. But among them were people who proceeded in a way towards their dream builds. This was the title given to those people who proudly declared their romantic streak, who eschewed the pursuit of power and sought to role-play. For example, in order to make a barbarian who sang in battle, they would not gain levels in the vanguard classes which suited barbarians, but instead leveled up in classes like dragon priest or bard, which was considered a waste. By the way, most people disdained dream builders. In Yggdrasil, the maximum size of a raid was 5 parties of 6 people each, or 30 people in total. Apart from exceptional cases like guild battles or fighting a world-class enemy, people who were over the limit would be subjected to friendly fire. In other words, they had to take on bosses with just these 30 people. If there were joke characters among them, it would reduce the amount of fighting power they could bring to bear. Because of that, it was popular for most dream builders to form guilds with others who felt the same way as them. Then, what about Momonga? The clan he was in was not filled with dream builders, but at the same time, they were big-hearted enough to accommodate those people. Yeah. That's why it's hard to bring it up. I don't know if that dungeon drops any data crystals that other people want. Well, from a different point of view, you could always say that nobody'll fight with me for the drops. Where did you find that out? I went to Nyaru-chan. After hearing the name of that famous intelligence website from Momonga, though his face did not move, Perorancino displayed an emoticon of uneasiness. From Nyaru, those free sites tend to have a lot of fake news. They're probably in cahoots with paid sites, so the best way to get useful info is to go to those paid sites. There've been cases where they spread false info on purpose, in order to draw people away from places that drop rare data crystals, you know. There were many websites with false information on Yggdrasil, especially the ones where contributors could freely edit in their information. All this was because knowledge was power in Yggdrasil. As a result, most players would not disclose what they had learned to the masses, whom they did not know or trust. Therefore, if one saw a piece of valuable, highly sought-after information, one could be sure that there was some kind of scheme behind it. I know that too. But this information looks reliable. You know how there's a top-tier guild called Seraphim, the one which only allows angel types to join? They say the info came from them. Well, if that's the case, it may indeed be credible, after all. At this point, the two of them had finally reached the double doors at the end of the tunnel. Momonga opened the doors, and let Perorancino go first. Naturally, this was the courtesy one would expect of a salaryman. Incidentally, if a situation like this happened again, according to etiquette, it would be Perorancino's turn to open the doors. Thank you very much. After Perorancino stepped through the door with those words, Momonga followed after him. The room on the other side of the doors was built of concrete. If this were a guild home base, perhaps it would not have been so plainly made, but given that this place had been rented with in-game currency, they did not have the luxury to spend data on useless things. Still, there were advantages to such a bland room. Since the amount of data used was exceedingly small, the room could be made very large. There were several sofas and chairs scattered throughout the room, with quite a number of heteromorphic characters. There should have been 18 in total, seated at their favorite places in their favorite poses. A wave of welcomes and smiling emoticons appeared as the two of them came in. Momonga popped several smileys of his own in response. "Where should we go?" "How about there?" Momonga and Perorancino sat themselves down on a couple of chairs, which they moved to face each other. Now where were we? Momonga thought about their prior conversation in response to Perorancino's question. "I think we were talking about reliable information." "Yes, that's it. That's it. Like I was saying, you have to determine whether or not information can be trusted with your own eyes. Tell you what, if there's no clan activities today, I'll go there with you." "Is it really all right, Perorancino-san?" "Of course, Momonga-san. My sis says she's coming too. Well, she might not be here yet, but we can bring her along too. Besides, a party needs a tank." "Thank you very much, Perorancino-san." It's nothing. It's okay as long as it's Momonga-san. Although next time, you'll have to go hunting with me." "Gladly." "Well, if that's the case, we'll have an attacker, a tank, and a wild card. For a perfect party, we'll need 3 more people, a healer, a seeker, and another attacker. And where do the two of you plan to go hunting?" They looked to the sound of the third voice, and what they saw was the organizer of this clan. "It's Touch-san." "Good evening." "Good evening, good evening." There stood a warrior in silver. Below his appearance of a paladin was an insectal body. He wore a red cape that looked like a scarf. Although there was no wind, it still swayed like there was one. However, Momonga-san had long since ceased to be curious about that. It must be some sort of cash item. All he felt now was admiration, the desire to have a fluttering red cape like that if he ever wore a suit of armor. The man called Touch Me sat beside Momonga, like he was an old man. Under his command, the cape settled down. Perhaps he felt that it got in the way. "Clan leader, are we supposed to go anywhere today?" While the leader of a guild would be called the guildmaster, this was not a guild. Rather, it was a step below a guild, or a clan. Therefore, as the leader of this clan, Touch Me was called the clan leader. "No, actually. There's no plans yet. Although, I think we have to carry out the usual meeting." Momonga's clan held regular meetings on a weekly basis. Although there were quite a few people who did not, or could not, take part, those members were also asked to look at the clan's message board. In other words, you were planning to go, then? Meetings were a chance for most of the members to meet, and thus chances were high that they could conduct large-scale activities like hunting. If there was really nothing planned later on, it would be the best place to recruit members for a party, so they planned to chat up some people and suggest that they go along. In response to Perorancino's questions, and looked at the ceiling. "Well, not exactly, there's some things, this or that, which I want to change, that." Momonga and Perorancino looked at each other as Touch Me drifted off into mumbling. This was completely unlike Touch Me. He was a very straightforward person, the kind who was very direct in his words and deeds. Just as Momonga was about to ask him about it, he saw the door open from the corner of his eye and Bukubukagama entered the room. Being Perorancino's elder sister, she looked like a pink slime. Although she called herself Giro Kawaii, nobody agreed with her. Everyone was certain that she had said so to trap them. Momonga, Perorancino, and then Touch Me greeted her, which she returned in kind. Several other people had arrived in the room after Momonga and Perorancino. Momonga had done his best to pop smileys at them as they came, but when he was absorbed in conversation, he sometimes forgot to do so. However, he would definitely notice if she arrived. After all, pink slimes were especially outstanding even among this clan of heteromorphic beings. Bukubukagama's body wobbled as she flowed toward Momonga and the others. She might be a slime, but she could move fairly quickly. According to Bukubukagama, she said it was like walking on her own 2 feet, albeit with the hassle of wearing a long skirt. She reached Momonga and the others and immediately sat down. Although the body of a slime did not possess feminine curves, one could still approximate a place which should have been her waist from the way her body was bent. You seem to be talking about something serious. What's up? It's nothing much. Just discussing what we're going to do today. Well, it's just like what my brother said. Touch-san, what will we do after today's meeting? Come to think of it, it's about time. Everyone, that's pretty good. Everyone's here. Struck by Touch-me's words, Momonga looked around. He saw 27 other heteromorphic beings of all kinds. It would seem the entire clan was here. This was quite rare, even for a regular meeting. This clan was a rarity in that it contained no students, only working adults. As a result, their free time hardly overlapped, and it could hardly be considered a good guild. Having all the members together was not a common thing. Hey, Yama-chan, good evening. Bukubukagama waved a slimy hand, and an ugly giant waved its gigantic hand back at her. Good evening, Bukubukagama-san. It was a gentlewoman's voice. This was Yumeko, the Nephilim. Unlike giants, who were demi-humans of a sort, Nephilim could not hide their ugliness no matter how they tried to disguise themselves. It was hard to imagine that within that body was the only other female member of the group, besides Bukubukagama. She had said in the past that she might change her character race, but given that she still had not done so, she must have found it oddly satisfying. The gracefully seated Yumeko slowly stood up and lumbered over to them with heavy, plodding footsteps. Yama-chan, call me Chan too, how about it? Yumeko displayed an oh dear emoticon as she descended into thought. Then, she replied, Buku-chan? Bukubukagama froze. Yumeko realized that she did not like that name and tried something else. Then, Bukubuku-chan? Bukubukagama collapsed into a pile after suffering another direct hit, and in a dull, demoralized voice, she said, sorry. Please don't say Buku-chan. Because of her job, she could deliver on a truly evocative performance when she put herself into it. This was a voice of a defeated soul in anguish. Sorry about that, Chagama-chan. It's not bad, but it doesn't sound cute enough. Her little brother was saying something along the lines of look at your appearance, but Momonga and Touch-me remained silent. They knew that saying nothing was the wise choice. Okay. Next, call me Kazeki. Kazeki? I thought you wanted, Chan? I do, Yama-chan. A revitalized Bukubukagama swiftly oozed up next to Yumeko's side. Like Yumeko, Momonga and Touch-me had no idea why they had to call her Kazeki. They looked to the only person who might be able to shed some light on this. Big Sis, she had a less mainstream stage name, Kazumi Kumi. Her old fans used to call her Kaze-chin. She changed it several times, but she liked it the best. I see, at a glance, the pink slime seemed to be spinning round and round the Nephilim. Although it might be a kind of dance, this bizarre, unbelievable sight reminded onlookers of some wicked ceremony. Of course, it was an everyday scene in a clan of heteromorphs. Then, my apologies for interrupting you ladies' fun, but since everyone is here, we should be able to begin. Or rather, the faster we start, the faster we finish. Guys, the meeting's about to start. After Touch-me raised his voice and stood up, so did everyone else. Everyone shuffled to the round table, one by one, finding a place they liked and sitting down. Then, we shall begin the meeting. I have some things I want to discuss with you later, so I hope everyone can give me some time. Next, has anybody discovered anything this week? Does anyone have anything to share? One could say that these meetings were conferences for communication. It was a weekly organized sharing of information and requests for help. That said, new information did not come easily. According to the developer's website, Yggdrasil was a game of exploration, and so many things were mysteries. It was a game where all you were told was the controls before being thrown into the deep end. While a lot of information had already been collected, most of it pertained to dungeons or other locations, and it was estimated that only 30% of the 9 worlds had been mapped so far. For instance, there were the world-class items, also known as the crapped out. There were supposed to be 200 of them in total, but according to the developers, only 50 had been found so far. Many players had tried hard to look for them, but this was all they could come up with. As working adults, the members of the clan played during their free time and did not have time for in-depth investigations. Therefore, they usually did not have any information worth mentioning. However, today was different. Yes. A hand went up in response to Touchme's question to the clan. Described in a word, the speaker was a ninja. He wore the stereotypical ninja outfit and a weird mask, with 2 swords at his waist. Saying he was anything other than a ninja would be a lie. He was one of Momonga's earliest comrades, Nishikienrai. Nishiki-san. Did something happen? Indeed, Touch-san. This is a truly incredible discovery. I've discovered an unexplored dungeon. Joy and curiosity were masked by surprise, and many of the clan members made even greater sounds of awe. Everyone asked Nishikienrai questions. Momonga, Peroroncino, and Touchme were no different. The only one who didn't seem excited were the girls, Yumeko and Bukubukagama. The game Yggdrasil was composed of 9 separate worlds. Each of them was ridiculously huge, and there were many places within them which were difficult to explore. For instance, there were gigantic swamps, verdant expanses of rainforest, scorching deserts, and the like. One needed special equipment to delve into the dungeons there, as well as a proper strategy and the determination to throw one's life away for the trip. Even so, there were many people who wasted their time on a trip. This was because these hard-to-find dungeons contained monsters which dropped valuable data crystals. Anyone would be excited to find a hitherto unexplored dungeon. One could say it was a gold mine. In addition, discovering a dungeon could affect the world ranking of a guild. So there were no downsides to it. Where exactly did you find it? The one who asked on behalf of the incredulous clan members was not the clan leader Touchme, but the man who had taken a goat-headed demon as his avatar, Ulberta Lanodal. He was a member of a class that was called World Disaster. In Yggdrasil, there were a limited number of people who could join it, because the requirement for taking levels in this class was killing its previous holder. It was a class which specialized in destructive magic, and he was the man with the highest firepower in the clan. Before opening his mouth, Nishikienrai, who was as blank-faced as the rest of the clan, snuck a peek at Touchme. Are you aware of the huge poison swamp in the marshes of Helheim? Do you mean the gigantic camp of the poison-resistant Tuvigs? That poison swamp? That's the one. I found it in the swamps there. Amazing. But how did you do it? A lot of people did aerial reconnaissance, but none of them reported finding a dungeon. I've seen their recordings, and they weren't lying. The quiet speaker was part of the clan's intellectual elite, Tabula Smaragdina. His fearsome heteromorphic avatar, wearing gear which made onlookers think of torture tools, was the fruit of his hard work. We're not doubting you. The man who continued was also part of the clan's intellectuals, the man who went by the alias of Zhuge Kongming, Punito Mo. He was composed entirely of the plant known as death vines. When Tuvigs spot intruders, they cry out and alert their entire tribe. Thus, they'll be troublesome opponents, because it can't be easy to remain undetected until we reach the dungeon. It's quite deep into the swamps. I found it while searching for something else, so I can't tell you how far away it is in a straight line. Did anyone here travel with Nishiki-san? Everyone shook their heads when they heard Punito Mo's question. Then, did you lead a huge band of NPC mercenaries there? No, if you brought them along, you would be discovered and overwhelmed by sheer numbers. It's far too difficult, which is why people have only ever reconnoitered the area from the air. Well, if everyone here went there, it wouldn't be a problem, but I guess that's not the case. Then, how did you find it out, Nishiki-san? Punito Mo tapped his temple with a vine that looked like a finger. There might have been some reason behind it, but sadly, Momonga did not know why. However, his questioning style of speech was not like his usual self. Even so, Punito Mo's dramatics were quite effective in disseminating the information to the other members of the clan. Policeman-san, you've made a fatal mistake, the masked ninja declared with a laugh. All you need to do is silently approach a Tuvig and relieve him of his head in one strike. That way you won't alert his friends as well. Punito Mo had nothing to say. This was the end of the guessing game. You see, it's child's play for me to take someone out from behind in one blow. That was how I delved into the depths of the swamp. While there were some worm-like monsters which used vibrations to navigate, I'm pretty sure I can sneak myself past their detection ability. Nishiki-san, something's been bothering me. Doing that much, even for a ninja, how did you build your character to do all this weird stuff? Punito Mo delivered those lines in a daze, and Nishikienrai responded with a laugh. Don't you know? It's just a simple sneak attack. There's a damage multiplier for backstabbing people. My defense is rubbish and I'll die if I get found, but I love that thrill. I've always liked the glass cannon, high-speed sort of character. You could say that it's my dream build. Speaking of which, Punito Mo-san, you also play average, right? What machine was it? It's just like what I was talking about. The game they were talking about was one which Momonga did not play. It involved building power suits, and then using them to fight each other. I play a balanced type with average armor. The aim is to take on anyone. That sounds like what you would build. Like I said, mine has paper armor, high speed and high firepower. I even dumped my radar, relying on my eyes alone, to move faster. That is pretty weird. Still, Punito-san. My machine's among the upper ranks, with the title of Violet. Beast King Mikongawa, seated beside Nishikienrai, suddenly exclaimed, "What did you say? Doesn't that mean you're a super top-class player?" I'm just a green. Maybe I should quit average. No, please don't say that. Group up with me next time. It was kind of lonely to see one's clan members get excited over things that one knew nothing about. Just as Momonga was feeling hurt, the sound of several claps rang out. All right, we've gone off topic. Nishiki-san, tell us about that dungeon. Yes, Touch-san, my apologies. Then, there's an island in the deepest reaches of the poison swamp, or rather, there's a base there, and in the middle is the entrance to the dungeon. Nishikienrai said it was called the Tomb of Nazarick. Why didn't anyone find it by aerial recon before? In response to that question, Punito Mo replied, I think it's a dungeon that can only be discovered under special circumstances. Some dungeons could only be found under certain conditions. For instance, the entrance to a dungeon amidst a field of flowers in the depths of a forest could only be seen under the light of the full moon. A notable example of this was the frozen city in Niflheim, which could only be entered during a blizzard. Although this was only a hypothesis, Tabula Smaragdina continued, perhaps the Great Tomb of Nazarick only appears to people who've traversed the poison swamp on foot. Or perhaps it's only visible under a certain altitude. After the replies of I see and that might be so passed, Nishikienrai continued speaking. Then, I have a suggestion. Why don't we go there after this is over? The response was more subdued than when the news that there's an unexplored dungeon was announced. Being unexplored, there was no way to tell what dangers awaited you. It might be a very difficult dungeon, which would lead to a total party kill. Yggdrasil dungeons were not the sort that told you what levels were suitable for them. What changed everyone's mind was the woman who was said to have muscles for brains. It's interesting, don't you think? This is an unexplored dungeon, right? We should just attempt it regardless of the difficulty level. I agree as well. Being that the dungeon is dangerous, it will also offer a great reward when we complete it. I want to take advantage of our early discovery and attempt it by trial and error so we can gain the reward for clearing it. Unknown dungeons are troublesome. We should go gather information on how to beat it before other people find out about it. There were many points in Yumeko and Ulbert Alan Odal's words which people could agree with. Momonga supported the idea as well. The first time one ran a dungeon, there would be a bonus, or about 10% more treasure chests. Also, the first time a dungeon was cleared, the big treasure chest would offer equipment with item levels up to 10-20% higher than usual. It would be a regrettable thing if they could not find these treasures and let other people claim them. How could they allow the gold mine, before their eyes, to be plundered by others? It would seem a majority of people approve of this. Then, we shall head to that dungeon after the meeting. After all, it's quite rare that everyone's gathered in one place. Cheers of approval rang out in response to Touch Me. Although there were a scant few who opposed this, they were moved by the passion of the other excited people. Excitement boiled off the clan members gathered around the table. Then, is there anything else that anyone wants to share? There was no response to Touch Me's question. Good. Then, although this isn't the end yet, I would like to say something. Touch Me looked around, and then dropped a bombshell. Firstly, I want to dissolve this clan. For a moment, everyone was struck silent. Then, the room was swallowed by confusion and panic. Momonga's cry came from the bottom of his heart. While it was true that this clan had very few people in it, and it had been founded by Touch Me, the clan had gotten to where it was today through the efforts of everyone here. It was very frustrating if one person was allowed to decide this sort of thing by themselves. Touch Me raised his hand, apparently to say something else, but then a voice cut through the chaos. He left because you're so damn selfish. The air froze. The one who had spoken was Ulbert. His prior politeness was nowhere to be found. No, it would be more accurate to say that his hidden feelings had finally risen to the surface. His words were earnest, given that the person he was closest to left the game. Characters in Yggdrasil could not show facial expressions, but Ulbert's face seemed to have a shadow over it, as though twisted by hatred. You son of a bitch. Ulbert-san, you've said too much. Momonga could not help but say those words. Ulbert turned to face Momonga, but there was no enmity in his eyes. His shoulders rose and fell, as though they were breathing. Then, after quelling the flames of his anger, he spoke again in a calm voice that sought approval. Momonga-san. You're right. I went too far. Still, don't you think he's being selfish? First, he chased that person away, and now this. If this is the case, shouldn't he have disbanded us earlier? The fact was that Momonga partially agreed with what Ulbert said. When the clan was founded, there was a great disagreement that led to one person leaving the game. The matter had left a great scar on Momonga's heart. It felt like a stain on the glorious memories of a closely knit guild and his cherished friends. Even so, Momonga still had to rebuke Ulbert for this. The feud between those two people could have been solved if either of them could have spoken calmly to each other. If he left Ulbert to his own devices, it might happen all over again. I fully understand how Ulbert-san feels, and I was shocked when that person left the game. This might not sound too good, but I knew that person longer than Ulbert did. However, I think it would be better if we heard out Touch-san first. How about it, Touch-san? Could we hear everything you have to say? Thank you, Momonga-san. I'm sorry for alarming everyone, because I chose my words poorly. I've been thinking for a while that since our numbers have increased, our clan name no longer suits us. Therefore, I plan to dissolve the clan and refound us as an official guild. Exclamations of "oh" and the like were heard throughout the room. Unlike a clan, there were many advantages to being a guild. Therefore, a lot of things had to be decided while founding a guild. This was because there were many things which could not be taken back if a mistake was made. In particular, there were two things which deserved particular attention: the name of the guild and the guildmaster. The clan had not been upgraded to a guild because of these two reasons. The room had settled down, and Albert could be heard to say, "Then, he should have just said so." Touch Me saw that this was the time and raised his voice. "Are there any objections to disbanding this clan and refounding us as a guild?" There were none. That was only to be expected. After all, everybody was looking forward to becoming a guild. However, Momonga felt a little lonely. This was because the reason he had been so absorbed in this game, the reason why he had worked so hard and made so many precious memories, the clan name, was going to vanish. On the other hand, he had never thought that the name would no longer fit the present circumstances. He had not even thought that people might not be happy with it. The clan's name was Ainz Ooal Gown. It had been founded when hunting heteromorphic beings was all the rage. It was because there were some strong job classes which needed players to PK a certain number of heteromorphic beings for entry. Therefore, players of heteromorphic characters hid out in the three worlds which were advantageous to them, Niflheim, Helheim and Muspelheim, and refused to go to other worlds. After all, a world was big enough to play in even if they did not leave it. However, Touch Me and the founding members, including Momonga, were different. They were unwilling to restrict their ambitions, and bravely adventured to other worlds. How many people had managed to get into a strong class because of piking Momonga and the others? That was their self-deprecating name for a group of suicidal fools who only served to make their enemies stronger. Now their numbers had grown, and there were more members than could be counted on both hands. Also, one of the founding members was no longer around. He left the clan and the game. That being the case, it might only be natural to change the name. Although Momonga came to that conclusion himself, his heart ached as he thought of his absent friend, the one who had played with him from the beginning, who was no longer with him. As Momonga sank into rumination, the conversation continued around him. After that, Touch Me opened his words with a "finally." "This time round, I'll beg off on the position of clan, no, guildmaster. I feel bad about saying this sort of thing even before being picked, but I hope everyone will take that into consideration." The clan members looked at each other in silence. Was he serious? What did he mean by that? And who would be Touch Me's successor? Their eyes conveyed the questions in their hearts. Then, who will be the next leader, the next guildmaster? Does anybody want the role, or does anybody want to recommend someone for that role? Momonga kind of agreed with whoever had asked that question. Nobody could replace such an outstanding man. He felt sorry for whoever the next man was. Touch Me looked around at everyone, and what he said next blew Momonga away. "Personally, I would like to recommend Momonga-san." Momonga could not help but make a strange noise. He could not understand why his name was being brought up at this time. Looking around for someone to help him, he instead found a chorus of voices saying things like "not bad" and "we can leave it to Momonga-san." Though it should have been impossible, he did not hear a single voice of dissent. It made him wonder if there was a conspiracy going on. "Are you guys serious? Do you really think I can do it?" In response to Momonga's exclamation, Touch Me performed a magnificent feint, one worthy of the strongest warrior. "Well, I sprung this on you so suddenly and I didn't get Momonga-san's approval, so is there anyone else you want to recommend? Does anyone want to volunteer?" Nobody answered Touch Me's questions. No good. Although his body could not sweat, he could feel that sweat on his back all the same. This was a common situation in company meetings. If he did nothing, he would be chosen. As he looked at Touch Me, the strongest warrior who had used a feint to throw him off his balance and deal him a fatal blow, Momonga decided to solidify his defense. "Come on, give me a break. Really, give me a break, Touch-san. This is all too sudden, won't everyone be put off by it? You can't decide these things so quickly. Give me a little more time." The person who answered Momonga's protest was not Touch Me, but Albert. I don't think so. Personally, I feel Momonga-san is an excellent candidate. He logs in regularly, is meticulous, and he doesn't have any strange habits. Also, he's a neutral party who isn't biased towards anyone. Honestly speaking, it was not a betrayal. It was just that the recommendation of a fellow member of the No Cash Item Alliance drew noises of approval from all around him, so it felt like he was being betrayed. Although he was faintly proud that nobody opposed him, this was not the time for that sort of thing. No, wait a minute. Albert-san. I'm not confident that I can lead everyone as outstandingly as Touch-san. Wouldn't someone else be better for this? Everyone here supports you in that respect. There's nobody in this clan who won't help you out, Momonga-san. Touch-me kept repeating, it's okay, it's fine. Momonga looked around, and everyone he saw was nodding. This was a level of anxiety Momonga had never felt before in his life. How could he possibly be a guildmaster? There were many reasons why not. Besides, how could someone like him substitute for a man like Touch-me? As Momonga thought about how to refuse this nomination, a new window appeared in the corner of his eye. He had received emails from 3 people. All communications which did not go through in-game magic were the province of cash items, so it would seem these emails were very important. His hands moved below the table, and he opened the emails. Momonga was very surprised to see that there were 3 different senders, but if he thought calmly about it, it would seem that all 3 emails had been sent at nearly the same time. The 3 senders were Punito Mo, Tabula Smaragdina, and Bellriver. He quickly scanned through them while the others were excitedly discussing the new guildmaster. Although they were written in different ways, they all said the same thing. If someone other than Momonga became the guildmaster, the guild, in other words, this clan, would surely tear itself apart. Therefore, they wanted to join a different guild with Momonga. This was the reason why Momonga had to be the guildmaster. It was clear that the 3 of them were certain the guild would break up, but at the same time, they had differing opinions. The main difference was in which side they were leaning towards. If they played the game for pleasure and entertainment, it would only be natural for a guild to break up because they wanted different things. Since it was hard to gather all these diverse members, keeping everyone together so they could all have fun was the right thing to do. Personally speaking, Momonga wanted the latter outcome. Since the 3 people who had sent him the emails were either smart or learned, there was most likely some sort of ulterior motive behind them. However, they had nothing to do with Momonga. In the end, the choice was up to him. Momonga searched his soul. The conclusion was very simple. This was a game. One of his friends had already left, and the day might come when everyone else would follow suit as well, because the real world was more important than a game. But it would not be this day. Besides, Momonga wanted to keep playing with these people. Thus, there could only be one answer. Of course, Momonga was worried, and he wondered, is it really okay if it's me? He was uneasy about whether he might bring everyone trouble, and afraid that he could not handle the many things which would happen in the future. Even so, though he was still somewhat hesitant, he had already made his decision. I understand. If there is nobody else, then I will take the role. Everyone turned their eyes to him. Well, some people did not have faces, so it was more of turning in his direction. Still, Momonga could feel the weight of their gazes on him, and he was suddenly very aware of the saying that there was power in stares. Crushed by the sudden pressure, Momonga thought of backing out, but the words that came out of his mouth were completely different from those in his brain. Of course, that is only if everyone is willing to help me. Without a single word, the members of the clan had already made up their minds to aid Momonga. If that was the case, Momonga screwed up his determination and rose from his seat. Then, although I'm not too reliable and I might cause trouble for you, I will take the position of guildmaster. Let's work together in the future. Momonga bowed to thunderous applause. Then, as the future guildmaster, I will get down to business. What about our guild name? Should I come up with one? A hubbub filled the air after that last suggestion by Momonga. Was this a sign of their discomfort? Yggdrasil characters had no facial expressions, but he felt that there were black lines all over everyone's faces. It weighed heavier on him than their gazes. No, there's no need, don't worry about that, I think. Bukubukagama spoke, and her words scoured away the toxic clouds hanging in the air. It was followed by several voices of approval. Although they tried to cover it up, they all sounded quite panicked. Momonga could not imagine why they would feel that way, and just at that moment he noticed his friend nervously raising his hand. Go ahead, Pararancino-san. I'd like to know, just to test the waters, as a hypothesis, for comparison. But what kind of name would Momonga pick for the guild? Momonga racked his brains as he heard the question. Right now, I don't have anything in mind. Well, any name will do. Why were they so adamant about this? As those thoughts ran through his mind, Momonga started trying to think of a good name. How about Heteromorphic Zoo? That seemed like a decent name. Someone must have muttered it from somewhere. Heteromorphic Zoo, it's surprisingly good, and it does fit our image. Just that, well, it makes us sound like small fries. It sounds a bit exotic, but it's not bad. Although it does sound like a cameo organization you find in mangas. You know, in tournaments. It feels like the sort of team that shows up on the fight list, but ends up losing before getting a chance to show up. That's what I would do, to make the readers think they were strong, but then they'd lose in the next panel. I kind of like it, though, it has a nice villainous feel to it. I personally think it makes us sound like trash mobs, so I don't like it. Sorry, Momonga-san. Yumeko was muttering to herself among the people discussing nearby. Still, I feel that it's a waste to completely abandon our current clan name. It would be nice if we could pick a new name that had some relation to the old one. Silence suddenly fell across the room, followed by voices agreeing with Yumeko. Momonga could accept that suggestion, although she probably had not meant to make one. Closing his eyes brought to mind the enjoyable times spent with these clan members. He considered that these unforgettable memories would vanish with that name, and he hated it. Nine's own goal. 9 suicidal people? Is there something related to? If that's the case, how about the Knights Templar? After all, Touch-san is kind of like Hughes to Ainz. Well, though we are missing one person. Although he had no idea what Tabula Smaragdina was talking about, Momonga felt it must be related to some occult knowledge. After all, he was quite versed in occult lore. There were far too many things that Momonga did not know anything about. Knights Templar doesn't even have a word in common with Nine's own goal. Tabula Smaragdina-san is always talking about things we can't understand. Yes, sorry about that. How about baseball? A baseball team needs 9 people. Even football is on its way out. Besides, you should remember that the reason we're discussing this is because we aren't 9 people anymore. You should think about something that doesn't have anything to do with the number 9. The Nephilim warrior Takamikazuchi did not take part in the dialogue. Instead, he sank into thought, scribbled some things onto his PDA, and then he spoke. How about Ainz? 9 starts with the letter N, and in hiragana, N is H. That way, if we take the first character N and substitute it with an A, we get Ainz. Not bad. So it represents the end of the current clan, and a new beginning in the form of Ainz? It feels a bit forced, but it's definitely the best suggestion so far. Ainz. It comes out as Ainz, right? Or how about Ainz? Both are fine, right? It's not a big problem. Rather than think about that, we should try and find a way to use own and goal. If we go with that, Punito Mo began. How about Ooal Gown? Have own goal become Ooal Gown. It's perfect. There's an extra, oh, where did it come from? Without it, it becomes gown? Ainz Ooal Gown? Well, it's not often that you get the chance to play with anagrams. Before that, Ol is pronounced Ool, right? Just like that.
After all, ooze is for slimes. That great insistence came from Hiro, the slime. N, W, and G are all used. North, west, gone. Though the topic had completely shifted to making anagrams of the name, the voices slowly grew softer, like they were tired. Amidst this heated debate, Momonga felt that there would probably not be any better ideas. He carefully considered the suggestions, and after making sure that there were no others, he looked to all the members and made his decision clear. Then, we will combine the suggestions from Takamikazuchi-san and Punito-mo-san to make the new guild name. Does anyone disagree? NOP. Everyone seconded Bukubukagama's statement. If that was the case, then, our guild's new name is Heteromorphic Zoo. In that instant, the sounds of laughter and teasing reached Momonga. He showed both his palms to indicate that he got it, and then he coughed. Well, that was a silly joke. So, we're decided on Ainz Ooal Gown then? The clan members agreed in one voice. Then, who will take the quest for setting up the guild? Is anyone willing to help? If you're busy, I'll progress it slowly in my free time. One needed to carry out a mission when it came to registering a guild. There were 8 types of missions to choose from, but only one needed to be perfectly completed. Momonga wondered which of these would be the simplest. And then, there was no need for that. It's fine, Momonga-san. The fact is, I already completed the mission and brought the mission item back, so we can use that. It was Touch Me who said that. Can we? Of course. I gave up halfway, this is the least I can do. Momonga took a scroll from Touch Me. When he unfurled it, a new window opened in his line of sight. It was a guild setup request form. If he followed its instructions and entered the relevant information, he could found a guild. Then, I'll disband the clan. Somber, mournful music came from Touch Me's position. After about a minute of music, the clan disbandment message that appeared informed everyone that Touch Me's request had been completed. Momonga entered his acceptance of the disbandment with the keyboard floating over his console, and then hit enter. In that moment, a brief burst of fanfare rang out. Everyone! I made the guild. Next, I'll send out the invites. Look out for them. After making enough invitation scrolls to Ainz Ooal Gown for everyone, he sent them out. This was shortly followed by messages appearing in front of everybody. Momonga thought it was quite amusing how everyone opened the scrolls and entered characters in the same way. A bell rang continuously as the number of guild members kept increasing. In the end, all the members of Nine's own goal were now in Ainz Ooal Gown. Thus, the clan of the past vanished, and a brand new guild was born. His status window indicated that the territory belonging to the clan called Nine's own goal had been transferred over to the guild called Ainz Ooal Gown. It was nothing much in the big scheme of things. New guilds popped up in Yggdrasil at about the same rate as old ones vanishing. However, there was a strange feeling in Momonga's heart. This was because he had been saved from piking by Touch Me when he first started playing. He had been invited into Nine's own goal and learned how fun the game could be. Then when its members had increased, he had enjoyed playing the game with his new friends. And now, the clan which was the source of so much of his joy was now gone. However, the loneliness he felt passed in an instant. This was because the newly founded guild would carry on everything. Indeed, this was not an end, but a beginning. However, it was not just happiness that he felt. A mighty burden weighed down on his back. Until now, he had been happy enough playing with and helping his fellow clan members. But now, as a guildmaster, he had to help everyone enjoy themselves. As Momonga watched everyone talking about what they would do next, Momonga felt the crushing stress his sense of duty gave him. He took a breath, and then stood up. Judging by the movements of the new guildmaster, he probably had something to say, so they immediately shut up. Amidst this silence, Momonga explained what he was thinking about. Then, for our first guild activity as Ainz Ooal Gown, I plan to conquer the dungeon in the swamp which Nishiki-san just found. Replies of "sounds good" came from all around him. Amidst this atmosphere of excitement, Momonga gulped and struggled with the buzzing tension inside him. He might be branded as a failure of a guildmaster because of what he would say next. But before Momonga could speak, someone asked, "Guildmaster, I have a question. Since it's an unknown dungeon, we should only be making a reconnaissance first. When will we seriously try to clear the dungeon? Our gear and preparations may need to be changed, depending on that." It was a heaven-sent question. This was the last decision point. If he wanted to stop, he would have to do it now. However, Momonga committed himself to his decision. "No. Actually, I have an idea." Momonga coughed and raised his voice. "Everyone, listen to me." Tension hung heavy in the air, given that Momonga had raised his voice. Suppressing the crushing pressure to run away that made him want to vomit, Momonga stated his piece. "Please listen to me. I was hoping to clear the unexplored swamp dungeon in one go." An uproar. There was an uproar. It was only to be expected. Momonga knew full well how foolhardy his words had been. Unexplored dungeons had unknown monsters waiting in them, and there was no indication as to what traps were present. Therefore, they had to mount multiple attacks on a dungeon. In this way, they could identify effective ways to bring down the monsters and the shortest way to the heart of the dungeon, as well as some way to beat the dungeon boss. No, usually a dungeon could not be cleared without using these methods. Still, that should be impossible. We don't know the ideal level to clear that dungeon, and trying to clear a dungeon blind will be difficult, even if it's a very low-level dungeon. The person who put that forward was Bellriver, a heteromorphic magic knight who looked like a lump of meat covered in mouths. Several others also began voicing their opposition, in support of Bellriver's sensible conclusion. Naturally, Momonga understood how they felt. However, he wanted to go forward with it. It was natural to frown on using this dungeon run to celebrate the founding of Ainz Ooal Gown. A simpler activity would have been a wiser choice, in order to leave good memories and strengthen their bonds. If they failed here, it would be an inauspicious start for them. However, great difficulties could also leave behind strong memories. Momonga's thinking was that the struggle would unite the guild, much like how enemies might become allies in desperate circumstances. Momonga had a premonition that if he did not unite them now, the guild would fall apart on its own sooner or later. The possibility for that was very high, just like he had seen in the letters which the three wise men of the guild had sent him. The only reason why it had not happened so far was because of Touch Me, as well as their sense of camaraderie for Nine's own goal, which they had fought for until now. Right now, the bonds between them were weakening. Therefore, Momonga had to glue them together again, even if it meant using his position as guildmaster to force them to do so. As expected, there were those who strongly opposed Momonga's unusually eager proposition. A silent count revealed that about a third of them opposed this. He could fully understand their opposition. They felt that the benefits were far too small in comparison to the penalties of a total party kill. Dying incurred two kinds of losses. The first was the loss of XP and a consequent loss of levels, though that depended on the way in which they were resurrected. This was not a big drawback in Yggdrasil, because XP could be regained easily, unlike in other games. Even if one's levels went down for a while, the loss could be quickly recovered. What everyone hated was the second kind of loss, which was the random dropping of an equipped item. Weapons and armor in Yggdrasil were made by inserting a data crystal into an item skin. Very few people could remain unmoved after losing a personalized piece of equipment. One could lose one or more pieces of equipment if a dungeon expedition was very difficult. Because of that, people sometimes geared themselves up with second-rate items, the kind they would not mind losing. However, players could not clear the dungeon in one go with second-rate stuff, so they had to use their best equipment. In addition, the developers designed the game so that the most valuable gear would be dropped first, which meant that the chances of an item which was key to the player's strategy being dropped was greatly increased. That was why they felt uneasy about this. Just as the uneasiness was about to leap to the other 2/3 of the guild, let's do it. Don't you think it'll be fun? Warrior Takamikazuchi said. Well, I'm not going to say Touch-san is wrong or that he's cowardly, but dungeon delves that he plans aren't really exciting. I still want to take part in this foolish expedition and flail around like an idiot. Momonga-san, you're the best. I knew picking you as guildmaster was the right choice. If we all get taken out, then we'll really be fools. Punito-mo had not voiced any opposition until now. As soon as he finished speaking, Warrior Takamikazuchi chuckled. This is a game. A game. A total party kill is just part of the fun. After all, Ainz Ooal Gown was a clan founded by fools. Why do you think the clan was named that way? Didn't we all do foolish things in the past? Humanoids mocked us for fools, while our fellow heteromorphic players hated us for doing unnecessary things. We only became more respectable after our numbers increased. Actually, no, do you remember how the first world-class item we found got snatched away? And I'll say again, Touch Me did nothing wrong. But I still want to mess around like a fool again. In the silence, a comrade who had been with them ever since Ainz Ooal Gown was founded, Ancient One, spoke up. I agree with Take-san's sentiments. Don't you think it's great? We'll start off our guild with a bang. After all, wasn't it those very same fools who obtained that world-class item in the first place? Or why don't you look at it from the basics? This game was meant for players to thrust themselves into danger. With that in mind, isn't clearing an unknown dungeon a good thing? Let's become a guild that does this sort of thing. What about our dropped gear? I don't want to rely on cash items. That's true. Bellriver's worries are well-founded. After all, item loss is a nightmare to we who have been the prey of PKs. There's people here who are trying to suppress their anger at that unfairness too. Warrior Takamikazuchi looked earnestly at the katana he was holding. Well, I'd be upset if I lost this chap. However, all I need to do is make an even stronger blade, right? Since I don't know everything about this game, I can't say that the gear I possess is the strongest. The more I learn, the better a weapon I can make. The same goes for my MK6. I leveled it up all the way from its MK1 state. If I made the strongest katana, I'd call it Zero or Ultimate or Void or something like that. Warrior Takamikazuchi scratched his head. He was not tired, just confused by what he had just said. What was I saying? Equipment is nothing more than equipment. Don't you think it would be too sad if we denied ourselves the world, our enjoyment of the game, because we were too afraid to lose it? I think everyone enjoys the game in their own way, and forcing one's point of view on others is wrong. Yua, I didn't think Momonga-san would say that. I've been shot in the back by a comrade. After apologizing to Warrior Takamikazuchi, Momonga looked at the guild members and said, frankly speaking, the idea of clearing an unknown dungeon in one go is my own willful idea. And you're right to wonder, is this challenge worth the risk of losing the gear we spent our time and effort creating? Bellriver is right. I am the one who is wrong. However, I still think we should go for it. I feel that the members of our guild are people who'll make an idiot their leader, and when that idiot asks them to do something foolish, they'll laugh and take care of it right away. Can you help me with the foolish thing I said? Please. Momonga lowered his head slightly. Several seconds later, the first reply came. Well, since this is a request from my comrade Momonga, I'm happy to help. It was Ulbert's voice. As a guild leader, I would put safety first, but as a player I want to have a good time. After him was Touch Me, I was planning to do this from the beginning. I just kept quiet because Takamikazuchi said it first. As a guild member, I've got to back the new guildmaster up, you know. The siblings Peroroncino and Bukubukagama made their opinions known. Now, it was Bellriver's turn. I'm not too keen on this, but since Momonga said that, I'll take part. Although I'd like it to be noted that I opposed it.
Although his words sounded like those of an unhappy child, Bellriver's approval seemed to have started a fire, and the ones who opposed the idea at first came around one by one. Thank you, Momonga lowered his head. Then, our next objective is to defeat the boss in the depths of this unknown dungeon, the gathered members answered with hearty shouts. There were 27 people gathered here. In Yggdrasil, parties were made of 6 people, and a raid could have a maximum of 5 parties. Judging by the current member count, there were 3 vacancies. Since 3 missing people was a huge gap in a party's capabilities, the intention was to fill those places with NPC mercenary characters. One good thing about NPC mercenaries was that they could allow a solo player to form a group, but their AI was not very good, and their combat ability was lower than even a poorly put together character of the same level. Because of that, when grouped with NPCs, people who were not good enough were hindered when running difficult dungeons. Momonga thought about who was the right person to lead the NPCs. It was a choice between the fighting power of Touch Me or the cunning Punito Mo. As he thought about it, he realized that he had made a fundamental error. Rather than leaving the entire mission to one party, he should split it up between 2 parties. My apologies. Punito-san, Touch-san, I have something to ask of you. The 2 of them were the most reliable powerhouses among everyone present. Touch Me had fighting power while Punito Mo had command ability. The 2 of them could probably make good use of the NPC mercenaries. Momonga-san. I have a suggestion to make. Could you come here for a bit? Momonga had no reason to refuse Punito Mo's request. The 2 of them went to the corner of the room. My suggestion is that you place sentries at the entrance of the dungeon. The sentries was a party which would be used to stand guard at the dungeon entrance, keep an eye out for anyone approaching, and depending on the circumstances, they would eliminate any interlopers. Momonga sighed and rejected it. This was a group activity, and everyone would be clearing the dungeon together. He did not want to leave any of his companions at the door. No, I won't compromise on this. I don't want to be squashed. Squashing was Punito Mo's name for a PK method that involved attacking a player group that had just began delving into a dungeon from behind. Once their opponents were forced deeper into the dungeon, they would have to deal with the dungeon's monsters as well as the PKs attacking them from behind. This was a kind of pincer movement. Although it was a PK tactic he had used to great success, on the other hand, he was probably making that suggestion because he knew how potent it could be. However, don't you think you're being a bit too paranoid? Nobody else knows about this dungeon, right? Punito Mo defeated Momonga's reply with a naive. We won't know about the situation until we're there. For all we know, it might be a trap or some sort of hunting ground. Well, that said, can't we use the icon that shows up when we're near it to tell if the dungeon has been explored before? There's no way to disguise that, so it should be okay, right? That's naive too, Momonga-san. Unexplored and undiscovered are similar, but different. If it was me, I'd stay about 1 step before the dungeon is flagged as discovered, so any other people who discovered it, this is just a hypothesis, of course, jump in with their guards lowered. Punito-san, you're a very scary person. You're the #1 scariest person in this clan, no, in this guild. But you're right, it's good to be cautious about this. #1 scariest, then, I'm not so much cautious as cowardly. But I don't think you're cowardly. After all, that time. Momonga-san, please don't mention that. Well, let's leave that aside for now. I'm fully aware of the dangers of splitting up our fighting power, but this is our guild's first group activity, after all. We wouldn't want to fail, because of a silly little mistake, no? Well, that's true. During this enterprise, the worst-case scenario is that we get piped. Momonga, I understand how you want everyone to delve into the dungeon together. However, leaving someone at the entrance is an important part in our plan. After all, you don't want to be wiped out, but you want to completely clear the dungeon, right? Of course. Then you should understand. Momonga had nothing to say in the face of Punito Mo's words.
Though he was still trying to accept this proposal, on an intellectual level, he had already concluded that it was the right answer. He would burden the group if he allowed himself to be ruled by his emotions. The comrade before him knew that the guildmaster should have reined himself in, yet chose to help and contribute his wisdom to this endeavor. Momonga deeply regretted how he had troubled everyone with the difficult task of clearing an unknown dungeon. A guildmaster should act rationally. He had no idea what he had been doing in the throes of his excitement. He recalled the loneliness he felt when one of his comrades left, and then he nodded to Punito Mo. "I understand. I'll bring it up with everyone afterwards. I'm counting on you." Momonga already had several candidates in mind for the rear guard. As expected, this sort of thing was best left to members of building classes. "Please say that I suggested it." He had no idea what that was about, but he agreed anyway. "All right. I understand. However, this is just like Punito Mo-san. I didn't think of PKs or whatnot." "Well, piking is pretty popular in this game. Most games wouldn't let piking get this far, or promote piking at all." "Is that so? I've never played other games, so I'm not sure about that." "Then why don't we try a different game together? There's one that I'd really like to try." "Well, that's not a bad idea. Shouldn't we master Yggdrasil first?" "Can you really master this game?" "No, you might be able to do it after several years." One thing that the developers of Yggdrasil forgot was to make the game user-friendly. The very fact that the joke existed highlighted how little information there was in the game. In addition, there was a mountain of things which could not be verified about the game despite the player's best efforts. Even after several years, it was not strange that there were still a lot of unknown things about the game. "What kind of lunatic would master this game?" Punito Mo laughed. "Then, I'll need to impart the PK tactics I came up with to you, Momonga-san. I'm also thinking of writing a book called Piking for Dummies as well." "On the outside?" "The outside, in other words, the real world." No, how could I? I meant inside, in this world. In Yggdrasil, one could store a manuscript in book form and read it like a book in the real world. There were people in the game who put works whose copyright had expired into books, and sold them cheaply. "I see. Then, can you let me see that manual of yours when you're done? Lessons on how to attack are useful for defense as well." "Naturally. When the time comes, please, by all means. I'm looking forward to it. I'll make sure I copy it and pass it down." "Momonga-san, what are you saying?" After his embarrassed outburst, Punito Mo sank into deep thought, and spoke quietly to Momonga. "Is that really all right? If a lot of people know about it, then you'll lose your advantage, Momonga-san. There's no need to share knowledge with everyone. Only a select few need to know. Knowledge is valuable because it's rare. When you spread it, it becomes useless. Come to think of it, that's true." "That's right. Momonga-san is my friend, as well as my guildmaster. That's why I'm teaching you. Apart from that, is hiding your dark history because it is too embarrassing the other reason? I think it's usually that way. It's like how you get into a song and record it for an album or something, and then when you listen to it several years later you want to kill yourself." That was a cry of despair. However, Punito Mo's face remained unchanged. This was an inconvenience of Yggdrasil. It would be more interesting if his expression could change with his words. As he thought about that, he also realized that it was impossible. It would not be that difficult for humanoid players, but writing macros to move the faces of demi-humans and heteromorphic beings was extremely difficult. In addition, there was Ainz's bony face to consider. The creaking of bones as they moved would probably be quite gross. "Ah, my apologies. I opened the door to my cruel past, which should never have been touched. If any doors should have been opened, I'd pick one leading to a warmer season." "Right, Momonga, what did you want to discuss with me? Does it have anything to do with the NPC mercenaries?" How many can I trust you to command?" Yes, I should be able to handle 3 with no problems. Thank you very much. I might not need to give you that many, depending on the number of door sentries. Then, I'll be counting on you. Momonga left Punito Mo, and after making the same request of touch me, he returned to the center of the room and shouted, "Sorry for repeating myself. Everyone, please listen to me." Just like before, Momonga felt the attention of everyone focused on him. Yet, although expressions did not change in this game, he could pick up their mood, which surprised him. According to Touch Me, when in battle, one could instantly sense an opponent's intentions, thus evading his attacks. Something similar seemed to be happening here. However, Momonga was not that sensitive. Perhaps only a warrior class could do that. I intend to assign the parties. As usual, they'll be grouped into physical attackers, magical attackers, defenders, healers, and others. I also need to assign the scouts. Momonga paused briefly. Let's assign door sentries as well. Does anyone object? This was something that he, the guildmaster, had decided based on the suggestion of a guild member. Mentioning his name did not seem right. Everyone shook their heads. Although Momonga made eye contact with Punito Mo for an instant, the latter merely shrugged and smiled bitterly. If that's the case, well, we can carry on as normal. No objections. That's fine. Several people approved, and nobody seemed to object. Then, we'll decide the door sentries next. How many will we need? I'll be happy to stay behind. The first person to raise his hand was the blacksmith Aminoma Hitotsu. After that, 2 more people raised their hands. They were members of crafting classes as well. The clan had never really focused on dungeon clearing and piking. There were many people who played the game with the spirit of adventure within them. They were filled with the desire to set foot on unknown lands and discover unknown things. Naturally, even members of crafting classes did not spend all day in their workshops, and took levels and basic combat classes so they could handle any problems, to a certain extent. That said, since their builds contained crafting classes, they felt that they were a burden during dungeon assaults. Momonga knew fully well why they would rise when faced with this proposal. It was because he knew that he felt bad about it. Still, Momonga lowered his head to the 3 of them. I'm sorry, but can we leave this to you? Don't be like that, Momonga-san. Please raise your head. We're the ones chatting idly while everyone else is fighting. I want to try making a new weapon too. I just discovered a rare metal processing technique, so I want to try it out. We're just bringing our tasks to the dungeon entrance. Don't worry about it. After Aminoma Hitotsu spoke, the other 2 rapidly followed suit. Still, Momonga nodded to them again. Then, Nishiki-san, I'd like you to share your map with the rest of us. You don't mind, right? Naturally. Then, I just finished collecting information on the monsters that appear in the swamp. Nobody'll mind if I share it, right? There was no reason to object. Nishikienrai produced a number of scrolls, one for everyone, out of thin air, and began working on it. A flash of light leapt from the scrolls. Everyone present reached out a hand to take a scroll. Momonga did the same. Once the scroll opened, letters reading new information obtained appeared. Momonga ignored the scroll, which had vanished into light, and touched those letters. Immediately, line after line of text appeared. The first piece of information pertained to the terrain. There was an X in the exact center of the sprawling swamp. A man had written in not very presentable letters "dungeon" here. Beside it were 3 symbols marked frog base. Then, there were other icons labeled lots of slippery things, poison gas, boss level, and so on. In addition, there were lines labeled probable patrol routes. I see, Momonga mused as he digested the information. Then, he touched the characters corresponding to the next set of information. Next was the monster data. There were blurry pictures of monsters, with their name, level, and other data. Level 64, Grenbur Devil Lich. Level 74, Granborough Purple Worm. Level 78, Granborough Swarmlord. Level 80, Mad Eater. Level 80, Swamp Naga. Level 80, Granborough Tuvig. Level 83, Granborough Tuvig Fighter. Level 83, Granborough Tuvig Priest. Level 84, Granborough Tuvig Knight. Level 85, Granborough Tuvig Warlord. And then Nishiki's words made Momonga stop halfway through his study of the monsters, and he turned to look at him. These are the guys I met. I visually confirmed them, but there might be monsters I have not encountered yet, so be careful. Also, I saw some stronger guys in the distance, but they were near the labeled bases, so I didn't close in to check. Level 80 means the highest leveled monsters in the depths of the dungeon will be 90 or so. That should also be the ideal level. Most of Ainz Ooal Gown's members were around level 90 or so. He felt like they could clear the dungeon without a problem. Take yen. Carelessness is forbidden. It's common knowledge that dungeons are more difficult than their surrounding areas. Of course, the opposite case could also be true, but they had never heard of such examples before. Still, luck is going to be a big factor. Clearing a level 90 dungeon in one shot isn't completely impossible. If that's the case, then let's go in all guns blazing. Now's the time to burn up our cash items. If we do that, it'll be a pretty amazing sight. The idea that they might be able to do it filled the room, and Momonga felt his stomach cramping up. If they felt it was impossible, they could comfort themselves when they failed by saying it was as expected. But if they thought it was possible and failed, the impact would be much greater. Momonga regretted his foolish announcement. Trying to temper their excitement with a caution was the thinking of a loser. However, that caution might help matters. However, he could not say that, as the organizer of the event. Just then, a savior appeared. Everyone, you're being too overconfident. Do you know how low the odds are of one-shotting an unknown dungeon? The effective level of a dungeon goes up several times when you try it for the first time. The speaker was Albert. Granted, those words were rain on their parade, but because of that, everyone calmed down. At the same time, a ringing reached Momonga's ear. It was a magical message, and it was from Punito Mo. Good luck, Momonga-san. Momonga signed on to the dedicated message channel, and cast his spell. This way, his voice would only reach the recipient of his message. Thank you. Don't worry about it, but do keep in mind that panic is the seed of defeat, so you must keep calm and think logically. Remain calm, look beyond your surroundings, and don't waste your effort on unnecessary details, Momonga-san. Carelessness is your greatest enemy. However, I'm also planning to clear this in one go. So, all the best. After saying what he wanted to say, the message ended. All right. Then, everyone, we'll set out for our objective in 30 minutes' time. Please get yourselves ready. End of part 2. If you like my content, join me on Patreon, where you can find more and exclusive novels. Also, you can leave a donation by clicking the Super Thanks button. Thank you very much for your support. Part 3. The members of the guild Ainz Ooal Gown, once known as the clan Ainz Ooal Gown, gathered on the outskirts of Helheim, roughly 100 meters away from the toxic fog-covered poison swamp, in a place called the Piercing Crystal Plains. Much like the poison swamp, the Piercing Crystal Plains were a hazardous environment, covered in frozen vegetation that resembled crystal razors. These razors dealt damage with every step taken within the plains, and they could damage players wearing relic-class armor. In addition, mineralized monsters wandered through the plains, and anyone who did not use bludgeoning-type weapons would have a hard time dealing with them. In any world, especially on the heteromorphic species home turf of Nibelheim, Helheim and Muspelheim, things became more dangerous the further one went from the center of the world. In addition to the wandering monsters, the very terrain itself became a hazard. Still, this was nothing for the members of Ainz Ooal Gown. Although certain countermeasures had to be taken, and though these countermeasures were not permanent, with them it was still possible to move at full speed through the Piercing Crystal Plains. In fact, they were making preparations on the plains. Of course, this was not to say that they were not tense, or that they were careless. After casting several layers of defensive magic, they used magically created eyes to scout their surroundings. In addition, they used illusion magic of the highest tier, the Mirror World spell, to create a hemispherical screen which enclosed the members of the guild. One could observe the outside world from inside the bubble without any problems, but from the outside, the inhabitants of the barrier were invisible, and people outside would only see the background. Aside from making the user harder to detect, the spell could also deflect a certain proportion of attacks directed at the occupants within. Such extensive preparations were made not because they feared monsters, but because they were on guard against players of similar power to themselves. Not only was there no penalty for piking heteromorphic species, there were even benefits for doing so. In fact, some powerful classes were unlocked by piking heteromorphs, and although heteromorph hunting was not as common now as it was in the past, it was still a very real thing. Only a fool would lower their guard, even in a heteromorphic homeworld. Momonga fiddled with the console by his hand. There he saw a list of guild members, along with their HP and MP gauges. At the top was Touch Me, followed by Nishikienrai, Wish 3, Warrior Takamikazuchi, Momonga, Ancient One, Flatfoot, and Aminoma Hitotsu, the 8 remaining founding members. After that were the 19 who joined later: Peroroncino, Bukubukagama, Hiro Hiro, Blue Planet, Albertalan Odal, Garnet, Bellriver, Variable Talisman, Nirata, Nubu, Genjiro, Yameko, Whitebrim, Punito Mo, Tabula Smaragdina, Beast King Mikongawa, Tigris Euphrates, Temperance, and Slothen. In total, there were 27 people, the full strength of Ainz Ooal Gown. As he looked at the names, an indescribable feeling welled up within him and heat surged through his chest. Aminoma Hitotsu, the blacksmith, was the leader of the guild's crafters, who typically preferred to adventure by themselves. They were here now to take part in the guild's first group event. He had to thank them. It would be wrong not to do so. However, on the other side of his elation was a hefty burden. His stomach ached as he thought of what would happen if their maiden venture ended in failure. There would be no guarantee that they would ever adventure together again if that came to pass. As he thought of how Touch Me had struggled under this stress for so long, Momonga could not help but bow his head in respect. Failure was not an option. Momonga quietly took several deep breaths, cleared the screen away, forced himself to get it together, and then approached one of the guild members. "Nubu-san, how are things going?" "It's fine. For now, I can say nobody's spying on us through magical means." This conclusion came from Nubu, who built his character as a divination specialist. He was also known as the Eyes of Nine's own goal. His words guaranteed that there was no magical surveillance observing them. It would have taken an infiltrator of unprecedented ability to hide from his eyes. Also, there's nobody spying on us via physical means, Momonga-san. That report came from Flatfoot and Nishikienrai, who had gone to reconnoiter the surroundings. Though the assassin and ninja duo were not as good as pure scouting-type characters, no stealth-specialized character had evaded their eyes so far. After taking their feedback into consideration, he could be certain that nobody was paying attention to this place. Momonga looked around. A lot of the people here had frightening appearances. The way they sat around the place looked like some sort of dark cabal conducting an evil ritual. However, all Momonga saw were the figures of veteran players. Then, everyone. "Are you ready?" As one, thumbs-up icons blossomed around them. This was the signal that their preparations were complete. After all, there were nearly 30 of them, so individually asking if they were ready would waste a lot of time. In order to avoid that, this was how they had responded ever since they had started out as a clan. "Then let's go. Advance party, we'll leave the details to you." "Okay," replied Nishikienrai, leader of the scouting team. After that, everyone changed their equipment, stepping into the poison swamp once they were immune to poison. The toxic areas in normal wetlands were scattered throughout the terrain,
so one could simply go around the poisoned areas to reach the dungeon, which was their objective. However, the detours involved would take a long time, so instead they chose to take the shortest path and cut straight through the toxic regions. The reason for that was because they were all working people, and thus wanted to avoid wasting time. There was also a father who laughed and said that despite the day off tomorrow, his family would kill him if he did not take care of them. A system message appeared. Granborough Swamp. That was the only thing Momonga saw, but some of his comrades knew more about the region, and they raised their voices to inform the others. This is a huge patch of wetlands littered with poisonous marshes, controlled by the Tuvigs, who are immune to poison. Players received different pieces of additional information upon entering a new area, depending on the skills and abilities they possessed. For example, alchemists and herbalists, with their herbological skills, would learn about the various herbs they could harvest in the area. And then, it's nothing special. Monsters in residence, they're about the same as what Nishiki-san discovered. There's no information on rarities either. Could it be hidden? Or maybe there's no rare info? Which could it be? There's no way there's no rare info, it must be hidden. You probably need to wade in until you're covered in mud to find it. I feel it's most likely in one of the Tuvig hamlets. Let's try to swing by there and take it down as soon as possible. If there are some undiscovered herbs there, we might be able to make a rare potion. Man, the game devs are insane. They make you scrounge for the ingredients for your potions. I've already made over 200 types of potions, but there are still a lot which haven't been discovered yet. Aside from potions, there are still a lot of undiscovered ores as well, right? The description on Apoidakara says that it's a type of rainbow ore, which means that only 2 of them have been found so far. Well, the devs are one thing, but I think the game company's mad as well. I mean, with all the content, you can play for a long time, but they seem to have forgotten the word restraint. They must have left the term user-friendly back at their main office. Indeed. Speaking of the main office, the guy they sent over from our company's head office a while back was terrible. Sorry, let's not talk about this. I seem to be having an allergic reaction to the word company. Should we make it a guild rule not to talk about the workplace? Maybe only allow it in the half an hour or so before you log off. You know, when you have to return to reality. Momonga chased away the words in his ears. He did not know who had spoken last, but he agreed fully with him. He did not want to think about work. Whether you wanted it or not, tomorrow would come anyway. As these dark thoughts slowly began to swallow Momonga, he decided to use the conversations around him to try and motivate himself. Therefore, he kept his ears open for anything game-related which the others might be talking about. Knowledge-type skills, I've been thinking about respecting towards those. I've almost unlocked a class which uses special attacks derived from monster lore. Do you think my DPS would go up if I branched out from there? DPS was an acronym for damage per second. It measured how much damage one could do in a second, and to attackers, it was the most important thing in the game. Theoretically speaking, one could create the ultimate weapon by embedding damage-increasing data crystals into a big weapon with high data capacity. However, weapons like that were unwieldy, and would result in fewer attacks due to the difficulty of using them. As a result, the wielder's overall DPS would go down. No right-thinking attacker would even think of using a weapon like that. In addition, as monsters went up in level, they gained all sorts of special abilities. At this level, they could greatly decrease any damage done to them. Therefore, it was quite common to require weapons made of special materials or with the appropriate elements to bypass these abilities. But that would mean you wouldn't be as focused on attack power as you are now, right? I'm thinking I could make up for it with an elemental weapon. That's not a bad idea, but then you'd really need those divine class items, right? Wouldn't that be difficult? Is that so? Well, it can't be helped. I wanted to experiment a little, but it's too troublesome. If one could make a second character in Yggdrasil, this sort of complaint would not exist.
However, that was impossible in games like these. Experimenting with different classes was only possible by dying and losing levels. Even if it was easier to gain levels in this game as compared to other DMMOs, it was still a time-consuming process. One would not go to that kind of trouble just to fool around. Momonga often longed for a second character himself. He had heard people complaining about how unfair it was that one could not make another character in this game, and he personally agreed with them. If he could, he would like to be a warrior, like Touch Me. Although it was said that the warrior classes were limited by one's real-world reflexes, that restriction only came into play during duels between top-class warriors. It was not a deciding factor during normal play. Touch-san gave himself a scarf, but I think I'd like a big, flowy red cape. My sword would have to be huge, just like warrior Takamikazuchi-san's. I could swing it around stylishly. Incidentally, Momonga had learned the warrior transformation spell, but it was not very useful, and so he had almost no chance to use it. In a party, each person divided the workload among themselves and did their part in order to achieve victory for the team. In order to do that, they had to excel at their assigned function. Momonga was a backliner, and when he went adventuring in a party, he was obliged to use magic that made a meaningful contribution to the group. If he could not do that, then there was no point in playing in a group. That being the case, if he were traveling alone, if he were playing solo, there was a good chance he could bring it into play. However, Momonga looked to his guildmates, quietly advancing through the poison swamp. He watched his friends chat as they walked, flitting from topic to topic. He was suddenly lost in a memory of loneliness. When the guild had still been a clan, although it had been a clan until recently, the only members had been working folk, oddly enough, and they had gathered to meet at night. While some of them had unusual jobs and thus kept odd hours, Bukubukagama the Seiyu being a prime example, for the most part, nobody would be online during the day. Momonga would return straight home after work, log on ahead of everyone else, and then he would summon undead to protect himself and hire NPC mercenaries to hunt monsters. So technically speaking, he was used to playing alone. However, he never felt lonely, because he was certain that someone else would log on. But if they were not around, if nobody logged on anymore, what would he do? Should he quit this guild and join a new one? Or should he recruit new members? He disliked both options. It was not as though he was afraid of strangers. After all, he could get along normally with the people in his company, although they probably thought he was antisocial because he did not go drinking with them. Still, he disliked having to make that choice. This opinion was not born of logic, but his emotions. Therefore, he could not bring himself to accept those options. What's wrong, Momonga-san? Are you low on nanomachines? Hiro was beside him. My nanomachines are fine. I topped them off before going online. Really? That's good, then. This may take a long time, although I'm not sure if that'll be the case, but it would be a good idea to make sure you're topped off before entering the dungeon. It would be bad if you were forcibly ejected at a critical moment. I've a friend in real life who was playing a different game. He was kicked out of the game during a guild ranking battle, and by the time he came back, his guild had lost and they reamed him out for it. And it wasn't even his fault that they lost. That's pretty scary. I know our guild won't be like that, but there are guilds like that out there. You know, the try-hard types. I hate those picky guilds. Games are meant to be played, after all. What's this? You look pretty suspicious, comrade. The type that Touch-san would arrest. That's mean, saying I'm suspicious, Momonga smiled bitterly. I'm just a guildmaster wondering about how we're going to breach the dungeon soon, and it made me feel a little melancholy. Seems you're worrying right from the start. However, if we manage to find data crystals loaded with rare data or artifacts, it'll be worth it. Well, if you ask me, being able to actually clear an unknown dungeon in one shot would be a greater treasure than any of those. Exactly. It'll be an unforgettable memory. Halfway through their conversation, a squishy sound, as though one were walking in a pair of flooded long boots, came from the side. Visibility is poor now. Looks like some mist just rolled in. Momonga-san, if you change your vision mode, you'll see it. Momonga had cast the spell, Widen Magic, Complete Vision, which could pierce fog up to a distance of 200 meters ahead of him. This was why everything looked clear to him. Although there was no reason for him to put himself at a disadvantage, he had a friend at his side, so there was no harm in doing as Hirohiro said and briefly disabling his magical vision. He entered the command to change vision modes into the console. In that moment, the world became a sea of cloudy white. The difference between his expectations and reality forced a quiet gasp of surprise from him. Scared? Actually, it's been like this for a while now. An aura of wicked amusement seemed to be coming from Hirohiro. It might even have qualified as satisfaction. Come on, give me a break. Although the bitter smile he was showing seemed to imply nothing was the matter, the fact was that it had touched a nerve. The terror of not being able to see anything aside, the shock blended with the lingering dark thoughts from earlier, and he felt as though he was alone again. Momonga operated his console and restored his vision. It seemed everyone in his party could see through the mist. Or rather, that was to be expected. They had been through all sorts of adventures to get to their current levels, so everyone had already made the necessary preparations for this endeavor. Just then, Momonga felt something was amiss, and asked, "Still, Hirohiro-san, how did you come to have human eyesight?" Hirohiro was a slime. Slimes used a sort of motion detection sense to learn about their surroundings in place of ordinary vision, so he should not have perceived the world like a human did. I equipped a magic item that gave me that ability. The innate motion detection ability which all slimes possess is very useful, but it's only effective within a limited radius. I can't see beyond 100 meters, which is pretty spooky if you ask me. I'd be in trouble if someone attacked me from outside that range, so I decided to give myself something to let me see normally. Any advantage comes with a weakness. It's how this game works. The good balances out the bad. Oh, I'm picking up something on my vibration sense. He turned to where the black tentacle was pointing, and saw the outline of a massive worm. It was a vast purple worm, over 10 times the width of a human torso, its surface gleaming wetly. These worms moved in packs, so it would be troublesome if it detected them. The group suddenly halted. The magic casters pointed their fingers at the worm, while the warriors readied their ranged weapons. If it spotted them, they were ready to destroy it in an instant, before it could summon its friends. Momonga had a spell ready on his console, and took the stance he always did for attack spells. While Momonga's usual role was to buff and debuff people, it would be more effective to attack directly given their numbers now. After several seconds had passed, it seemed that their enemy had not spotted them, and slowly slithered back into the swamp. I'm not one for sneaking about. I want to cut a swathe through them, Albert complained from somewhere in the distance. Albert-san, please don't waste your MP. You should spend it all on the boss. Albert's character build revolved around World Disaster, a class with incredible firepower. On top of that, he took levels and classes which further specialized in offensive ability. By attack power alone, he was easily among the top 5 in the guild, but he had a weakness. Though he had an ample supply of MP, his consumption rate outstripped even that. In other words, he burned through MP quickly. One could say that the difficulty of a dungeon expedition was directly related to how much MP he could bring to face the boss. I was just kidding. I know that. I've been saving up all this time, haven't I? This is the maiden adventure of Ainz Ooal Gown, no? I'll make sure it all works out. He clenched his right fist to show his sincerity. Momonga could feel his motivation, which was quite uncharacteristic of him. But I wouldn't mind if you gave me some MP. That way, we could blow right through them and still have enough for a grand display at the boss. Were you talking to me? Yumeko was a magic caster who was adept at spirit-type magic, and she had further specialized within that field as a healer, which granted her curative spells. If it was her, she could transfer MP to another person via the appropriate spell. It's not a bad idea, actually. Do you mind if I do it when the time comes? I can use staves and wands for healing anyway. I don't trust wands and staves for healing during a boss battle, and besides, you run out of juice fast, Yumeko. If you want to transfer MP, I'd rather you get it from someone else. Yumeko's role in one sentence was that of a defensive healer. With her innate defenses and regeneration, combined with a build which emphasized those two qualities, she could even serve as a tank of sorts. Even when surrounded by the enemy, she could still heal her allies. That said, being able to off-tank was a far cry from being able to main-tank. Her weapon of choice, a huge gauntlet, could not do much damage. In exchange, it had an increased ability to inflict knockback on her foes. The fact that she used a weapon which put distance between herself and her enemies was ample proof that she was a healer at the core. In this sense, she had two weaknesses. The first was that she did not have much MP. Of course, she had more than enough for general healing, but it was insufficient when one factored in the need to cast buff spells and other things. The other weakness was that her attack power was very low, in exchange for improved regeneration. With these in mind, she could be said to be the final defensive line of the group. Her role was to off-tank if the battle line started to crumble, heal everyone's wounds, and revive dying comrades. Still, why are we speaking so quietly? Albert and Yumeko looked at each other's faces, and confusedly replied, I have no idea. It would seem that they had unconsciously lowered their volume since they were trying to be stealthy. After all, the monsters could detect them with their programmed senses, vision, hearing, smell, and magic. Because of that, it was not wrong to crouch and speak softly. However, those considerations were only applicable at low levels. Once players reached high levels, they could use a variety of spells and skills to conceal the entire party and infiltrate together. Given the abilities they had been using up till now, there was no need to sneak around. When the worm from just now had appeared, the others only raised their weapons because they saw someone do it first and thought, me too. Maybe it's just because visibility is better here. Yes, that's right. Like how you'd feel, leaving the house in just your underwear. Although Albert's meaning was quite subtle, Momonga managed to get it, more or less. It sounds kind of wrong, but I guess that's how it is. I don't get it. Keeping quiet for reasons they did not quite understand, the group followed the pioneers into the swamp. They encountered many tuvugs along the way, but they carefully went around the detection radius of the bipedal frog monsters. Their attitude was different from just now, because some monsters had the ability to see through concealment, and the tuvugs were such monsters. Of course, they used magic to improve their mobility, but the journey still took a long time, given that they had to detour around the tuvugs. However, they could finally see something different on the other side of the swamp. This was their destination, the dungeon. Part of it looked like a small island, so that's it. After overlaying the map drawn by Nishikienrai on top of the current area minimap, it was easy to ascertain that they had arrived at their objective. If they relaxed at this point, there was a possibility that guardian monsters might ambush them. It was not uncommon for the monsters to employ the old trick of hiding underground. Given the malicious nature of the Yggdrasil devs, this might be the cue for a tuvug boss to jump out and draw everyone into a full-scale battle. Or rather, Momonga had seen such things before in game videos, where the result was a total party kill. This was why the scouts had such an important job. First, Momonga made sure that there was nothing that would be triggered by the presence of the undead nearby. Then, he accessed the hotkeys on his console, selecting the number 8 out of the numbers 1 to 10. This 8 represented Tier 8 spells. A complex menu, composed of layers of ring-shaped pages, appeared before him. There were 12 spells in each of the 4 rings, for a total of 48 spells. In this way, he could hotkey up to 480 spells. Normally, a level 100 magic caster would learn around 300 spells over the course of the game. Even cash items could only increase that number by another 100. However, there were more than a few players who looked at the extra empty spaces on the shortcut menu and took it as a challenge from the developers. The ability to skillfully navigate these menus, fully understanding and memorizing the effects and proper application of each spell, was one of the biggest factors in one's ability as a magic caster. Just as warriors were affected by their real-life reflexes, magic-using classes relied heavily on their memory. Momonga fluidly navigated the menus. Although he would not browse his spells so leisurely in combat, he had the luxury of taking his time for now. As he went through the pages of spells by rote, he recalled the order in which the spells were arranged, an order which he had forced himself to memorize. He tapped the fourth ring, the outermost one. Out of the ring of 12 spells that became larger than the others, he tapped on one of them. Remote viewing. There was no need to tap any other hotkeys, given that he was not planning to apply any metamagic enhancements to the spell. As the spell was cast, an arcane eye, a magic sensor, appeared. There were other members of the guild who had already released similar sensory organs, so there was no need for Momonga to do that. Still, Momonga was the best undead detector in the guild, so just in case, he deftly manipulated the arcane sensor and sent it toward the small island. His right hand held the control stick for the sensor's movements, while he used his left hand to direct the sensor's field of view. Missing a huge chunk of one's visual field was frightening, to say the least, but it was fine now, because he had trustworthy allies nearby. The wall which separated the island from the swamp was overgrown with moss and broken in many places, and could no longer serve its purpose as a barrier. One could see the inside through the gaps. There were remains there, the remains of a tomb. The destruction was thorough, even the tombstones had been smashed. There seemed to be something like a mausoleum in the middle, but it was beginning to collapse. There was a shrine of some sort as well, but it was little more than a ruin. Not even monsters could hide within it. At a glance, there was nothing else which was suspicious. Still, after viewing this scene, Momonga seemed even more tense than before. In games, tombs would almost certainly be inhabited by undead creatures. Yggdrasil was no exception, which was why Momonga had cast this spell. If there were any undead in there, he would definitely find them. With that resolve stealing his movements, he turned the control stick, sending the arcane eye in a full orbit of the small island. However, there were no undead reactions. No sign of monsters. No sign of incorporeal beings either. Same here. No signs of moving objects above or below ground. No undead reactions either. Do you think a boss is going to pop out? Or a trap? Multiple summoning type traps at once are hard to deal with. In any case, I've used my trump card once already, out of 4 times a day. At the very least, there are no magical traps here. The other guild members had already examined the island in their own ways, and the reports slowly filtered in. They paused for a moment to look at each other, and then began heading out for the small island. The rear guard team remained on alert, keeping an appropriate distance from the delving team in case something should happen. So this is the sort of dungeon where the real fight starts after we step into that broken-down old building? No, it should be once we pass through the mausoleum and enter the underground, right? After all, we're still quite close to the swamp. Well, that's pretty meta. In any case, keep your sensors away from the building so you don't trip any flags. After we set foot on the island, it'll be a different matter. Then, Momonga-san, please do the honors. Well then. The moment he set foot on the ground from the swamp, text appeared in his field of view, just like when he had entered the swamp. However, this time, beside the words Great Tomb of Nazarick was an icon which indicated an unexplored dungeon. Nazarick, I wonder which mythology it came from. No, I've never heard of this before. The prompt answer came from Tabula Smaragdina, part of the rear guard. They were steadily catching up with the advance party, and establishing a formation against possible enemy attack. It's not Latin or Greek either. Well, not all names in Yggdrasil are from mythology anyway.
This is probably one of those exceptions. Also, there's no special info about this place either. Just then, Nubu stepped forward and cast a spell. He should probably be able to scan the area with no problems. Several seconds later, he informed the group of his findings. There's nothing, Momonga-san. I sent my arcanite into the central mausoleum, but there were no contacts on the enemy sonar. In other words, this is a safe area, then? Still, those shitty devs built this place, there might be some sort of timed effect waiting for us. Many people indicated their approval of the scathing criticism. Most players thought poorly of the Yggdrasil devs. Scouting party, is everything alright? If it is, then I believe the dungeon is in the basement of that building. Then, shouldn't we change our team lineups for dungeon exploration? I'll make a shelter for us, then. Blue Planet the Druid raised his shovel in response to the suggestion from Punito Mo, the strategist. Then, he cast the Tier 10 divine spell, Nature's Shelter, and everyone entered the bunker which had sprung forth from the earth. The massive doors swung open easily. The roof of the vast chamber they entered was just like the outside, the sky spreading endlessly above them. I've been thinking about this for a while. It looks like anyone could see everything inside from above, and it kind of unsettles me. True, I mean, even though they say it's so you'll know if the enemy is above you or something, I'm still uneasy about it. Still, I heard this thing can remain standing after taking a hit from super tier magic. That's not true. I've seen a video, it's been breached by a sword of Damocles before. That's an orbital weapon, right? But isn't that an exception to the rule? After all, it's super tier magic designed to target structures. Bit unfair to use it as a comparison, right? Shouldn't you compare it to other super tier spells? Alright. Everyone, your attention please. The idle chatter died down in the wake of Punito Mo's voice. We will now begin assigning parties for the dungeon expedition. In response to this, Tabula Smaragdina put up his hand in opposition. Hang on. Don't you think it's a little early for that? I think we should stay in our current movement parties and go as deep as possible before changing up. If we break up now, we'll need to dispel our whole party spells. In addition, we should be able to go through the dungeon in this state, with only a little more trouble with the mid-bosses, right? That's certainly possible, but shouldn't we be more careful? Besides, there's a pretty good chance those shitty devs will spring a raid boss on us. The other guild members began discussing the matter with each other, as though Punito Mo and Tabula Smaragdina had given them the cue to start talking. However, Momonga, who had stopped to think early on, felt that he could combine their ideas, despite the differences in the details. And then Punito Mo, who knew that this would end up going nowhere, turned to look straight at Momonga. What do you think, Momonga-san? Should we change party composition before we enter the dungeon, or go in and take things one step at a time? This was one hell of a curveball. Neither side was absolutely correct, and there were pros and cons to both courses of action. In all likelihood, everyone would agree with whichever option he went with. However, he was uncomfortable enough even when he thought of picking the right course of action. The very idea of choosing wrongly made his stomach start to ache, and the burden on his shoulders felt even heavier. This was the burden a guildmaster had to bear, and personally, Momonga would prefer to decline on deciding for them. However, that would not be possible. Momonga turned the matter over and over in his mind. At this point, Touch Me, the clan leader, would have eagerly led everyone forward. So, should Momonga the guild leader imitate him? However, Momonga's chest ached. The last time that happened, there was an argument, which resulted in a person leaving. Although Momonga deeply respected Touch Me's leadership, that memory stuck in his craw. Or no, for all he knew, that incident weighed heavily on Touch Me as well. That might have been why he abdicated his position as leader, and put forward a successor with a different personality from his own. If that was the case, then Momonga should not do as Touch Me would have done. Then, we'll go by majority vote. Everyone, those in favor of changing parties, please come to my right, and those in favor of carrying on without any changes, please proceed to my left. After some quiet discussion, everyone moved toward their respective sides. Momonga counted their numbers, and came to a conclusion. It seems there's more people who want to move on. Then let's go. Also, everyone, I wish to use majority vote as the standard procedure for resolving guild-wide problems like these. If a tie results, we'll have the suggestors play rock scissors paper, though that might be difficult for some of us here, so maybe some other form of tiebreaker might be better. In any event, I would like to settle disputes in this way. Does anyone have any objections, or a better idea? Nobody spoke up. Was it because they had no objections, or was it because they felt uncomfortable about voicing their thoughts? Things like this happened at work as well. When asked, "What do you think?" few people would speak up. Sometimes, the reason for their silence was not because they had nothing to say, but because they were afraid that voicing their opinions would lead to them being put in charge of any courses of action born from those words, or because they were afraid of having their ideas rejected, and so on. Momonga would need to speak with people in private after these meetings, and made a mental note in his mind. Then, everyone, let's make a move. After indicating their acknowledgement, everyone headed outside. Although the losing side might be dissatisfied, nobody would throw a childish tantrum in the face of a majority decision. One could say that it was expected of adults. No, that was not quite right. There were many kinds of adults as well. Momonga knew of adults who had never really grown up, like children. The fact that none of them could be found here was due to Touchme's good judgment in picking friends. At this moment, Momonga was once more keenly aware of the gravity of a guildmaster's position. And then, Momonga heard a conversation which dispelled his unease. "I thought you were one of us, Flatfoot-san. I like them flat, but not necessarily lowless. You're one to talk, naming your weapon Sururimpetin. Or are you referring to something else? Could it be you like men's chests, Flatfoot-san, men's chests? Am I wrong? Don't you like them flat? If that's the case, then men's chests would be, are you a homo? Perorancino." Momonga suppressed the urge to yell at him. His introspection from earlier was nowhere to be found. Still, Momonga understood his friend's personality, or rather, his fetishes. With him around, it would not be a surprise if this sort of thing was brought up. Should he get himself together, and lend a helping hand to the dumbfounded Flatfoot? Just as Momonga was waffling over this decision, he heard another voice. "People might laugh it off at a drinking party, but do you really think you can shout this sort of thing out just because you're among friends?" It was Byakubu Kagama. A premonition of dread filled Momonga as he noticed that the pitch of her voice was a bit low. However, for some reason, her little brother Perorancino had not realized this yet. The truth was, Flatfoot had already backed away from Perorancino. "Well, it's because you're flat yourself, Aniki, that men don't." That cold voice carried a hint of impending doom, like a guillotine blade slicing down. "Brat. Do you want me to tell everyone about what you did when you were 12? I'm very sorry for what I said. Hey, did I give you permission to shut up? Did that sound like a joke to you? Huh? You'd better." Sensing that something terrible was about to happen, Momonga hurriedly interposed himself between the two of them, forcing them apart with his body. "Chagama-san, Chagama-san. Calm down a little, please. Momonga-san." Byakubu Kagama's voice seemed to have reverted back to normal, but the flames of her wrath were not completely extinguished yet. This was probably a small respite at best, so Momonga quickly continued, "Well, we'll be heading into the dungeon soon. I think it would be best if you let go of your anger, right?" After seeing Momonga pleading with his palms pressed together, Byakubu Kagama, presumably, relaxed her shoulders. That's right. It's not that I don't understand how you feel, Byakubu Kagama-san, but this is probably for the best. Thank you." With that, Flatfoot came to Momonga's side and put his hands together as well.
Now that the two of them had spoken up, Bukubukagama had a hard time getting mad. Therefore, she sighed in an exaggerated way. There's no need for you two to apologize since you did nothing wrong. I'm the one who should be apologizing. I can't believe I let that dummy get under my skin. Sorry about that. With that, she turned her face, presumably, toward Perorancino. Dumbass brother of mine. Remember this well, mind your manners, even if you get along with people. Especially when you crack your dirty jokes. Don't embarrass me just because you get excited around friends. Got it? Yes. Shouldn't you be thanking Momonga-san and Flatfoot-san? Thank you, guys. Sorry about that, I think I got a bit carried away. Perorancino's words were devoid of energy. His subdued, obedient way of speaking made him sound like a dog which had been hit by a shock baton. After hearing her brother's apology, Bukubukagama left the bunker. Of the three people watching her leave, Flatfoot was the first to break the silence. Your big sis is scary. Super scary. Scarier than my department chief. She really knows how to change her voice. She's not a bad person. And I don't know if it's because she's a CU, but she has a really powerful voice. Its impact is even greater in Yggdrasil, since our faces don't move in the game. You sure are tough, Momonga-san. Flatfoot placed his hand over his heart. There was no heartbeat for him to feel, but it had affected him there. Momonga fully understood what he meant by that. Games like Yggdrasil, DMMORPGs, were all very realistic. As a result, it was not at all unusual to feel that this was reality. Of course, the fact that expressions did not change, or because there was no sense of taste and so on were handy indicators that this was still a game world. I'm not that tough. Still, I felt like I was standing in front of a scary boss. The two of them chuckled quietly. Momonga smiled, though his face did not move, and then urged the other two onward. Alright, let's move out. We're the only ones left. End of part 3. If you like my content, join me on Patreon, where you can find more and exclusive novels. Also, you can leave a donation by clicking the Super Thanks button. Thank you very much for your support. Part 4. With one eye on their surroundings, the players climbed a rundown flight of stairs into the building. The interior was unexpectedly impressive, with 5 statues standing tall. Stone slabs were set near the feet of the statues. However, the group was some distance away and could not read what was on them. Of course, there were spells to read the writing, but nobody was in the mood for that. Momonga had a bad feeling about this. He had seen this sort of dungeon design several times in the past. The enthusiasm he had up till here was nowhere to be found. Momonga-san, this looks like a simultaneous attack dungeon. And it looks to be the hardest kind, the sort that needs 5 parties to progress. Then again, we should probably be glad it's not one of those dungeons that needs 36-man parties and allows 2 guilds to cooperate on invading them. Those are just crazy. Momonga groaned quietly as Tabula Smaragdina's words vindicated his sense of foreboding. There was muttering from around him as well. Many people hated simultaneous attack dungeons, also known as die-yourself dungeons. Dungeons like these required several parties working in unison along different routes to complete. Of course, it was only right that everyone should work together toward a common objective. However, it was annoying to be split up. This was an unknown dungeon which nobody had explored before. The fact that they knew nothing about it fueled their anger at the shitty devs and honed their excitement at the idea of finding rare data crystals. If they could not stay together and share their joys and sorrow, the fun factor would be halved. No, it would be worse than that. Although he was not the superstitious sort, he could not help but feel uncomfortable that the guild's first activity was something like this. Still, he could not whine about it. After all, it was his idea to delve into this dungeon, and everyone was gathered here because they supported him. Being even more willful than this was not what a guildmaster should do. Just then, Punito Mo began suggesting team assignments, as though ignoring Momonga's internal shock. How shall we proceed then, Tabula-san? This is a deviation from the original plan, and now we'll need 5 parties. Indeed. The question now is how to allocate everyone. We should probably discuss this together. Things being as they are, we should have the crafters come in as well, since it would be hard to be pressed from behind anyway. The basic 6-man party configuration in Yggdrasil was 1 tank, 2 attackers, 1 healer, 1 seeker and a wild card, who was capable of adapting to changing situations. They had to evenly allocate their manpower into 5 parties, which was a fairly brainpower-intensive task. Anyone taking on this task needed to be intimately familiar with everyone's abilities and preferences. A team that was put together sloppily would not be able to succeed. Therefore, assigning party rosters was one of the greatest challenges of such an endeavor. The question now was how to clear this dungeon. Dungeons like these were typically designed so that everyone would meet up at the boss room, whereupon they would face the raid boss together. If this pattern held true, then the parties had to be balanced. For instance, even 2 parties filled with the strongest members would have a hard time successfully clearing the entire dungeon. That being the case, it would probably be better to have 4 teams reach the boss and defeat him. There was strength in numbers after all. If there was no vast difference in individual abilities, 24 people would always be better than 12 people. Even if warrior Takamikazuchi, one of the strongest members of Ainz Ooal Gown, was attacked by 2 players of equal level, there was a high chance of him being defeated. The fact was that for every 1 attack he launched, he would be taking 2 in exchange. Of course, there were some monstrous types who could win when outnumbered 2 to 1, but those were few and far between. Therefore, the most important thing was to not lose anyone and reach the dungeon's core. Punito Mo stood before everyone and discussed the matter of personnel assignment. Momonga remained silent. Punito Mo was the best planner in the group, so it would be fine to let him handle things. Most likely, everyone here would think that too. It would probably be fine even if he began giving orders. In many games, one could not reorganize a party outside of a safe zone, or certain designated locations. However, in Yggdrasil, one could freely change one's party anywhere and anytime. This allowed for very flexible parties, and with a good team, one could overcome any difficulty. However, the effects of party-wide magic and skills terminated once the party was disbanded. One had to take that drawback into consideration when regrouping. That trick would not work if used in a dire situation. He looked around at his guildmates. Some of them were changing their gear. Some of them were briefly offline for a bathroom break, and some of them were talking excitedly with Punito Mo. Although they all seemed to be doing their own thing, Momonga could feel a strange sense of coordination permeating the scene. Slowly, the magical attackers, physical attackers, tanks, healers, seekers, and others were assigned to their parties. Momonga fell into the other category. Others were not unnecessary. While they were uncommon for the most part, this guild, Ainz Ooal Gown, was different. To them, others were challenging classes who could adapt to many different circumstances. Momonga used the drops from piking, the corpses of other players, to learn many different spells. Because of that, he was typically placed in this position during dungeon raids. Of course, he was not given this position because he could use many different spells, but because he could use suitable spells for the appropriate situation. Because he had to handle this difficult task, Momonga had priority on the corpses from piking, as a sign of his comrades' faith in his abilities. In return, Momonga gave his all for his comrades, and they all felt that he could do no wrong. Finally, Punito Mo announced the party assignments. Momonga's group was comprised of Magic Attacker, Albert Alan Odal. Physical Attacker, Warrior, Takamikazuchi. Tank, Bukubukagama. Healer, Yameko. Seeker, Nishikienrai. And Momonga was the wild card. Momonga gasped in surprise as he heard the lineup. There were people in the guild who could clear a dungeon easily, and more than half of them were in his party.
First was Ulbert Alan Odal, who had levels in several classes, boasting high firepower. His burst damage was unrivaled. Next was Warrior Takamikazuchi, who had levels in offense-oriented classes, like Kensei, and so on. Much like Nishikienrai, his defense was low, but at the same time he had the highest physical damage ability in the entire guild. Byukubu Kagama, the tank, was a specialized character who had maximized her defense. She had the title of the Unsinkable. The healer Yameko was a Nephilim, who banked on her race's ability to take 2 very high ability scores and 3 very low ability scores to maximize her spirit and endurance. In addition, she was fully equipped with gear that abandoned offense to focus on defense. Combined with her regenerative abilities, she was far more survivable than even a half-baked tank class. Nishikienrai was their seeker, but due to his absolute focus on attack power, he also made a good attacker in his own right. In addition, when he used his stealth abilities, he could deliver a single blow whose power could outstrip even Warrior Takamikazuchi's. This was a team made of members who were fully optimized for their role. The fact was, if these members were redistributed throughout the other parties, it would not be a surprise if their survival rate went up. Is this really okay? Upon hearing Momonga's voice, Punito Mo turned around. Momonga-san, is something wrong? Frankly, I think this party is a little unbalanced. They're all good players, and it seems they would be better off distributed out to groups supported by NPCs in order to shore up their abilities. Momonga looked around. The people who weren't here must have briefly returned to town to hire several NPC mercenaries. By teleporting to their allies, they could avoid having to go through the swamp and return here directly. I think putting Byukubu Kagama-san and Warrior Takamikazuchi-san in parties with NPCs would be more even. However, we know nothing about this dungeon. Therefore, I think it would be better to have 2 strong teams rather than an even distribution. And the members of the other team are? Momonga looked over to the guild's strongest man, Touch Me, and he had his answer. He must be leading that team. He looked at the people with him, and it was true. All the strongest members of Ainz Ooal Gown were now gathered together. Punito Mo understood what Momonga was looking at and nodded. That's right, it's them. Momonga-san, if the worst comes to pass, please take down the boss with them. Although I understand that defeating a 30-man boss with only 12 people is incredibly difficult, I feel that it would be better to make preparations for that situation. If that's the case, wouldn't I be better replaced by someone else? Momonga had faith in his skills as a wild card, but he had his doubts about whether he could be considered a superior player. Punito Mo laughed and replied, of course not, before explaining. Momonga-san, invading the Great Tomb of Nazarick, this virgin dungeon, was the result of your willfulness, no? Therefore, it's only fair that you clear it beautifully, O Guildmaster. Show us how it's done. Waves of heat surged out from Momonga's belly. Punito Mo was right. He was the one who had selfishly brought all these people here, so he could not be the one to demoralize them. How could he not do his part in clearing this dungeon with everyone else? Got it. That's the spirit. Plus, you're a very good wildcard, aren't you, Momonga-san? Frankly speaking, I think you're the most adaptable person here, which is why I put you with them. A party of specialists can fall apart quickly if things go bad, so I had to include you and your flexibility, Momonga-san. Let me be honest with you here, your party is the best party because you are in it. No, the others are like that, but not me. There you go being weak again. Believe in yourself a little. The fact is, Nishikienrai the Seeker is more of an attacker, so having you there is also to help with reconnaissance. So, please bring them safely to the boss, Momonga-san. Now that Punito Mo had praised him to the heavens, Momonga could not show his weak side. I understand. Please accept my humble contribution. I'm looking forward to it. After assembling the parties, they each arrived before the stone statues. As though on cue, or rather, they had triggered an automated sequence, something activated. How dare you profane the Great Tomb of Nazarick, O foolish and greedy ones? That was a male voice. It was followed by a female voice. Or should I say, brave ones? Be you foolish or brave, we shall take your measure. We stand before you, the 5 rulers. It was a horseman's voice, different from the first 2. Somewhere near Momonga, Bukubukagama muttered, yes, boss. You who desire this land. Defeat us, and show us your true power. Light appeared on the stone slabs. Taking the right actions would probably engage teleportation of some sort. The last voice belonged to the Lord of Helheim. To think he came all the way out here. What a long way to go. If it's that bearded old man, don't you think it's pretty suspicious? Should we kill him off with Longinus? Let's leave it at that. I was hoping they would reuse that "see you elsewhere." I heard they lowered the quality of rare gacha drops in order to hire a large cast of CUs. Personally, I'm all for them hiring more people. I can use another alias to perform. There are still some I haven't even used yet. The kneeling Perorancino looked over to Momonga. He must have heard his sister's conversation. Well, let's leave it at that. You who desire this place. Is that what it said? In any case, it's clear that this is a guild-based dungeon. An unexpected bonus. Clearing a dungeon often yielded a variety of items, from rare data crystals to artifacts. However, clearing a guild-based dungeon merely gave you owner's rights. In addition, guilds could only own one dungeon at a time. If they wanted to claim another dungeon, they would need to relinquish their claim on their present one. Dungeons like these were hardly an unexpected bonus if the guild did not seriously intend to claim it. Would anybody want to found a guild base in a far-off place like this? Probably not. Besides, we don't know what kind of base this is. It was unknown how many total levels of NPCs they could create. And then, there was another problem beyond that. It was called pop bankruptcy. The monsters which automatically spawned under level 30 had maintenance costs, depending on their type. It was 0 for undead, but living creatures, in particular large creatures, had maintenance costs which increased proportionally to the size of their bodies. In other words, a guild base which only popped large living creatures would rack up a ruinous maintenance bill. If a guild base's innate income was not sufficient to cover those costs, the guild members would have to earn that money themselves. In addition, trap activation and monster summoning were expensive as well. Being attacked by an enemy guild could incur incalculable expenses for the defenders, and might even force them into bankruptcy. We won't know until we claim this place. Well, we could always sell the information. Their enthusiasm had cooled off by now. After all, even if they did take this place, they would have to either give it up or sell off the very thing the entire guild had worked so hard to conquer. Sensing the mood in the air, Touch Me spoke up. Still, everyone. Don't you think we ought to have a proper guild base? Not a rented one like we have now, but something we can change and rearrange as we see fit. Well, if we're talking about making anything we want, I've been thinking of settling down somewhere and then making something in earnest. However, will it be here? Even if we don't find a place to settle down, I agree with Touch-san that we need a proper guild base. I mean, we can't leave too many things behind because we're afraid of being attacked at any time, right? And we won't need to be on alert after going to an empty rental place. He was answered by a chorus of people saying, "That's right." I think using this place for experiments in building a guild base would be a good reason for conquering it. Besides, I read up on the guild base system on the developer's site, but it seems different from how it actually is in the game. The experimental Tomb of Nazarick, so if we use this as a stepping stone, what sort of place will we use as our guild base? We'll have to think big, of course. A level 3000 guild base should do. That's too much. That's impossible. Everyone laughed. Momonga laughed with them. There were 9 of these huge bases, one for each world, but holding on to all of them was practically impossible. To begin with, even if they really managed to seize control of all of them, a weak guild would immediately be embroiled in complex guild wars, and holding on to the base would be very difficult. Even if we did hold such a place, we'd go bankrupt from repeated attacks. That being the case, why not find a smaller place? We wouldn't have to spend so much on maintenance either. We could collect tax in a city base, which would help with the upkeep. City bases don't have a lot of NPC levels, right? The maximum is 700, I think. The shitty devs like doing it that way. Harder areas give higher levels, so could that mean this place might have an unexpectedly high number of levels? After all, nobody's discovered it until now. Well, we won't get anywhere just talking here. Let's just do as Momonga says and clear this place once. We can discuss everything later. Let's not count our chickens before they're hatched. Everyone agreed with that. Soon, they would be treading into uncharted territory, an unknown dungeon. Clearing an unknown dungeon, which was not far below the recommended level, was unheard of in Yggdrasil. This was the difficulty they faced here. Momonga could no longer detect any lightheartedness from his companions. In their place were serious players who could overcome any difficulty. Momonga was filled with a baseless but strange confidence that his people could conquer a dungeon they had never seen before. There were people who said that those who were too invested in the game were weird and gross. It was just a game, why so serious? However, there was nothing wrong with getting into a game. Who decreed that things like piano and ballet were high-class hobbies, while games were for commoners? The people who said this did not know that they were merely forcing their inflexible attitudes on others. Momonga felt a deep sense of gratitude to his companions, who were earnestly discussing how to clear this dungeon. Say, you think we can sustain our buffs? If we could, then we could use extended buffs on ourselves, right? I don't think the devs would be that nice. Be ready to have them all stripped off you the moment you step through that door. Those devs are real shits. Someone laughed uncontrollably. This was how much the Yggdrasil devs were trusted. Fully 100% of players agreed that they were sadists. In fact, they would be more worried if the devs did not put in any evil traps. Therefore, when something unreasonable happened, there would be a great cry of shitty devs. In fact, calling them shitty devs was in its own way a form of affection. Although there had been numerous occasions where they cursed the devs in earnest. Then, why don't we have our lovely guildmaster Momonga, who suggested we attempt this unknown dungeon, come out and address us? Come, Momonga-san, say something. He nervously squeaked out an as Punito Mo spoke, but the gazes of everyone, though their faces did not change, filled the air, and he eventually spoke. Everyone. I'm the newly elected sadistic guildmaster, Momonga. Amidst the chuckling, Momonga continued. This is Ainz Ooal Gown's maiden venture. We shall conquer this difficult dungeon that we have seen for the first time. We shall make the shitty devs grind their teeth in frustration. We shall do what no normal guild can do. Everyone. Let's go. Oh. An overflowing cheer echoed through the building. End of part 4. If you like my content, join me on Patreon, where you can find more and exclusive novels. Also, you can leave a donation by clicking the Super Thanks button. Thank you very much for your support. Part 5. After passing through the rightmost of the 5 doors before the statues, they saw a classic graveyard sprawling before them. The place was veiled in fathomless darkness, aside from the parts lit by magical illumination. These guild members had delved into countless dungeons. There was nothing to be afraid of. However, Momonga could see in the dark, but he could not see his companions. It would seem they had been teleported elsewhere, after all. If there were only one teleport destination, there would be no need for so many doors. It was a logical conclusion. Momonga abandoned his vain hope. All he could do was pray they all met up again inside. However, a cold part of himself was saying, that's impossible. Good grief, what a relief.
Those devs might be shit, but even they aren't shitty enough to split up the team. You know, split them up and make them meet up again. Take Yen, so you're saying that if they ended up sending multiple people of the same roles together, we might as well forget about trying to conquer this dungeon, then. I really think those shitty devs would actually do that. I agree with you, Buku-chan. Honestly, sometimes I feel the developers are too evil. Ah, sucks to be you, is what I imagine they'd say. Yamachan's bullying me. Perhaps she might be cute when she laughed in the real world, but she looked like a monster in here. Since it was only her voice which was adorable, that just made her appear even scarier. Kazeki. Repeat after me, Kazeki. Kazeki. Good, gooder, goodest. Then, Kazeki, since you've gotten your energy back, let's go. Yamachan's bullying me. They talked and laughed as they prepared themselves. There were many things to do. For instance, the frontliners had to activate long-lasting skills, or buff themselves up with magic items. Undead reactions. Forget it, they're everywhere. In any case, I'll let you guys see for yourselves. Momonga, the eternal backliner, cast a spell which let everyone detect undead reactions. Well, I expected as much, but to think it really was undead. Well, it kind of bothers me to go in so directly, but I guess this works too. Controlling hate is a pain, after all, Bukubukagama grumbled as she saw the red dots in her field of vision. When monsters attacked, they would target the one they wanted to hit the most. This could be expressed as a numeric value, called hate. Causing more damage, healing HP, buffing, debuffing, or using taunting-type skills would increase hate. When a player was hit by a monster, it would resolve the matter and that monster's hate of the player would decrease. Because hate values fluctuated often during a battle, tanks had to pay close attention to monster hate values, lest the backliners take a hit. In order to manage golems or the undead, who were immune to mental manipulation, tanks had to use certain specialized hate control skills. Of course, that was no problem for Bukubukagama. Then, how should we proceed? They had been teleported into a burial chamber of some sort, with only one door. Doesn't look like there are any secret doors. Then I guess we have to go forward, or do we? Still, we need to know what the undead outside are like. There were 4 red dots, representing undead reactions, on the other side of the door. If these undead were of the same level as themselves, then there would be no need to trouble the backliners to cast offensive spells, but their level was unknown, and there might be other enemies besides the undead. Nishikienrai and warrior Takamikazuchi raised their weapons, while Bukubukagama the tank moved to the front, holding up 2 shields. The reason why Bukubukagama did not equip herself with weapons was because slimes like herself had poor strength, and they were not suited to dealing physical damage. In return, however, they had extremely high resistance to that same physical damage. In order to DPS as a slime, one needed to specialize in assassin-type classes, which killed in one hit. It would seem she was going to test the waters, and see what the enemy was like. The proof of that was how they had not seen her preparing to use a powerful skill before moving to contact. Then, as discussed earlier, you'll be our commander, Bukubukagama. Okay, I gotcha. It seems you're always trying to sound like a cute kid when there's no need to. Your voice as Kazeki is pleasant enough, so there's no need for that, right? Yamachan. I think I'm in love, sorry. I'm not into that sort of thing. I was dumped. And instantly too. Bukubukagama emitted a mournful cry of despair. Of course, anyone could tell that it was merely acting. Still, she was a Seiyu, for games where sound was important because expressions could not change. Therefore, it sounded quite realistic. In the past, I'm not sure if it was because I said the wrong thing, but one of my female kuhais actually confessed to me for real. So I hope you'll give me a break here, really? There was no trace of her prior dejection in the way Bukubukagama was asking Yumeko. Come to think of it, nothing good came of it at all. That kohai of mine loved to make trouble,
and she kept arguing with my little sister. What a headache. And so your Kohai's words depress you when you recall them now? Do you think so, Takamikazuchi-san? Even if it was nothing much at that point in time, after several years, you'd want to get rid of them. Why did I do something like that? It's like your own black history. Momonga merely thought, since he had not had any memories like those at that time. These should have been mistakes of one's youth. However, he was a proper adult now, and he was certain that he would never make such a mistake. Well, it would be good if it was like that. For all you know, that troublesome Kohai might have gotten married, and became a wife and mother. The men looked toward the pink slime. Let's not talk about marriage, Yama-chan. You see, I am everyone's idol Chagama-san, so all talk of lovers and weddings are forbidden. What was she worried about? What Bukubukagama said made him want to tease her. Good thing Pararansino-san isn't here, Momonga thought. If he was, he would definitely make a big deal out of it. Well, that's enough girl talk for now, no? We ought to move on. It would be bad if we were the last to arrive at our destination. Then, we'll go with the standard lineup. Nishiki-san, are there any traps? Definitely not. Then, shall we? Buff us all up, please. Extended buffs for me. Take it away, Momonga-san. Momonga began buffing up the group, and Yumeko followed suit from beside him. If the enemy had been here, who knew how much hate they would have gained? Honestly, it's quite surprising how many spells you know. Even with cash items, you can only get up to 400. It would be nice to get levels in something which gives an ability similar to Dark Wisdom. A magic caster's strength is measured by the number of spells he knows, after all. Really? I feel firepower should be the main consideration, right? Personally, I'm quite envious of your attack power, Albert-san. I've been thinking about it recently, but if damage is all you want, wouldn't that be more easily done by the frontliners? Magic casters ought to know utility spells. However, magic casters are limited by MP, so they've got higher DPS than frontliners as long as their MP holds out, no? Seems firepower really is more important. I'm done buffing over here. Okay, then it's my turn. First, open the door and let the undead in. We'll be in combat once they come in through the door, okay? After receiving acknowledgement from the others, Bukubukagama waddled stickily over to the front and opened the door. She immediately fell back. Although it would be good to bottleneck the enemy at the door, the chance of things cocking up would be lessened if they have more space to fight. 4 undead surged in. There was no sign of other monsters. Their skin was the color of rotted wood, covered in livor mortis, over which they were nominally wearing some rags. Their hands were twisted into strange shapes, like a ball covered in dagger-like spikes. Their jaws hung open, revealing long, tusk-like teeth that grew up and out. Momonga saw the names of the enemy in his field of vision, and judging by the color of those names, they were lower level than him. Still, this was an unexplored dungeon, so it paid to be cautious. He could not rule out the fact that they might be variant monsters. Even if they looked the same on the outside, if their names included the name of the region, they would probably be somewhat higher in level than other monsters of their type. There were players who were either careless or arrogant, and fought unknown monsters without collecting information about them. In the end, not a single one of them got away without learning a painful lesson. The others should have seen the names as well, so it was likely that all they could infer from the color of the names was the monster's relative level. Discern enemy. This spell was not as useful as the lore skills of the sage-type classes, but Momonga had a certain degree of insight when it came to the undead. Another window popped up, and among the information there was the monster's level. Level 83. If that's all, we won't need to trouble the two of you. Nishikienrai and warrior Takamikazuchi launched their attacks at the 4 undead. Given that they were merely level 83 monsters, there was no need to use their more powerful skills, which had limited uses per day. They could finish this battle easily with skills that refreshed after a short rest.
It seems you didn't take much damage, so what should we do, Kazeki? Well, if that's all, it'll Reagan by itself, so let's push on, answered Byakubo Kagama, who had skillfully controlled the group's hate and taken all the attacks aimed at the others upon herself. The reply was directed at Yumeko. Meanwhile, Nishikienrai was picking up the gold and data crystals that had dropped after wiping out the undead. So, it's over. Then, let's advance, Momonga-san. Naturally, Momonga knew what Byakubo Kagama was getting at. Understood, he replied, and as he said that he cast his spells. Extend magic bless of Titania. Extend magic lead of Yatagarasu. A tiny fairy appeared in front of them. She wore a crown, yet was only the height of a little finger. She flapped her butterfly wings, enveloping her in a sphere of light, and floated at the head of the group. The next spell created a three-legged crow. Unlike normal crows, it exuded a stern majesty. It flapped its wings, and flew to the head of the formation as well, beside the little glowing ball. The Yatagarasu guided players along the shortest path to the heart of the dungeon, while the fairy queen beside him would take them along the least dangerous path. They would decide which to follow, depending on the resource expenditures, traps, and monsters encountered along the way. However, neither of these spells indicated hidden routes. In addition, there were magical traps which were designed to confuse spells like these, so they had to stay on guard. To think you actually knew 2 9th-tier divinations. I'm pretty envious of your dark wisdom. Well, I'm a specialized necromancer. I'd be nothing more than a burden if I couldn't even do that much. I think your dream build is actually quite practical. Is that so? Momonga chuckled. It could not be helped, after all one of his friends had praised him. Then, lead on, Nishiki-san. Roger that, Commander Dano. Behind their guides, the party proceeded in the order of Nishikienrai, warrior Takamikazuchi, Byakubo Kagama, Momonga, Albert and finally Yumeko. If this was not the first time they had seen this dungeon, they could probably go straight to the heart of the dungeon without further ado. However, they knew nothing of this place, so they had to keep an eye out for traps as they moved. Momonga most cherished the times when they chatted with each other as they moved along, one eye on their surroundings. Although people derived enjoyment from the games in different ways, Momonga was happiest when talking with the others. For all he knew, it was because he only talked about business at work, and thus he thirsted after genuine conversation. Momonga aimlessly contemplated that possibility. Still, this does seem like your average tomb-type dungeon. Nothing really stands out. Could there be some gimmick here? Or some kind of evil trap? Wouldn't some unfair battlefield that tests our preparation be par for the course? Maybe there's nothing devious besides the splitting up at the beginning of the dungeon. The others shook their heads as they heard Nishikienrai speak. No, there'll definitely be something. The developers would definitely pull something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if these elemental dungeons pushed people towards making optimized parties. Indeed, I think the developers would be capable of that. They're the shitty devs, after all. Why would they let you clear a dungeon you'd never seen before? Nishiki-san, you're underestimating the Yggdrasil devs, HM? Or could it be? I say, Momonga-san. Byakubo Kagama turned what was probably her face toward Momonga. Sorry about this, but could you contact my little brother with a message? I need to double-check the situation with him. Got it. With no reason to refuse, Momonga cast the message spell, and sent it to Perorancino. After a brief ring-tone about 10 seconds worth, the other side picked up. Free to talk? Well, we finished fighting, so it should be all right. How are you over there? We're moving through a tomb now. As I thought, those shitty devs. What happened? We were teleported to some kind of lava land. Fire-type monsters have been attacking us. And something ambushed us from the magma. It really did a number on us. Really? He passed on what Perorancino was saying through the message to his comrades about being teleported to a magma-rich area.
Do you think we could swap party members with teleportation magic? Well, I think it's worth a try, but do you think the devs would be that nice? Since we're on different floors, we might not be able to teleport at all. Otherwise, why would they put those doors at the entrance? In the worst case scenario, we might have been warped into another dimension through those teleport traps. Momonga switched the message spell back. Then how are you guys over there? Can you break through? Right now, we should be able to handle it. Man, if you thought undead would be around because it was a tomb and selected fire-type gear to deal with them, you'd be screwed. All you'd be able to do is run and hide. They really are pieces of shit, those devs. Got it. Good luck, guys. You too. Momonga then tried contacting the other parties. After that, he learned that the dungeon they had invaded was one with multiple floors, with 5 different zones, or floors, a glacier, a volcanic region, an underground lake, a forest and the tomb which Momonga and the others were presently in. In addition, the monsters in each floor were different, and it seemed the undead were only present in the tomb. As expected of our new guildmaster. Not bringing specialized gear was the right choice. If they had simply loaded themselves with fire and holy elemental equipment in order to take on the undead expected from this place, quite a few teams would have had a hard time. However, because this was the first time they were raiding an unexplored dungeon, they had brought along all sorts of gear, in accordance to the differing information they had collected. In other words, they had the ability to adapt their loadouts in response to changing situations, and thus they had a fighting chance to make it deeper into the dungeon. Totally different from the previous leader. Well done. Momonga furrowed his brows in response to Ulbert's exclamation. For once, not having facial expressions in Yggdrasil was a great help. However, the shitty devs are really shitty. I won't forget to add shitty in front of the developers whenever I speak of them. Did you only just realize that now? Like the Longinus, what the hell is up with that? And then there were those events that were impossible to clear. Just as everyone was passionately venting their spleens at the Yggdrasil developers, Momonga sent a message to Ulbert, who had wandered off to the side. What's the matter, Momonga-san? Something wrong? No, it's not like that. I don't think I've noticed any mistakes so far. Well, I just wanted to talk to you in private, and to be frank, I've been thinking about this for a while. Ulbert-san, do you really hate touch sand that much? He could have just kept putting it off. Momonga did not want to tread on a landmine, after all. However, this hidden bomb might explode in the future. If that were the case, he had to know if there was anything which might cause the guild to disband. Besides, if it did go off now, at least the damage would be limited. As though mocking Momonga's resolve, Ulbert remained silent. And then, just as Momonga was about to give up, there was a quiet answer. I dislike him. Though I know it's just pointless jealousy. Is that so? Momonga-san, I'm really sorry for saying this, but aren't you a born loser like me, Momonga-san? No matter how hard you try, you'll never be able to lead a comfortable life. Well, I didn't try that hard to begin with anyway, so I think I'm getting what I deserve. Besides, it beats being bored. I get paid, after all, and I don't mind sinking my money into Yggdrasil. Well, I guess that's true. Maybe you're a half-loser then. Personally, I only made it through elementary school. I think it was the same for you, am I right, Momonga-san? Ulbert seemed to have brought it up in the past, according to Momonga's recollections. Indeed, his attitude towards Ulbert had changed since then. At first, he thought it was pity, but now it would seem he was feeling a sort of kinship to him instead. That's true. However, being able to find a job with elementary school education isn't bad, right? If they didn't teach you the bare minimum in elementary school, you couldn't even become a subordinate to the born winners, so they made elementary school easy. Honestly, it's ridiculous how you end up at one of two extremes in this world from birth. It's insane how unfair this world is. You can climb the ranks if you work hard? Don't make me laugh. Compared to Ulbert's cloying, sludgy resentment for society, his dislike for Touch Me was laughable at best. Momonga marveled at Ulbert's ability to hate. Ulbert-san. My parents died pretty horribly. Working in such a dangerous place. They couldn't even find their bones, you know. And the compensation they paid to their employees was miserable. That's why they didn't stop the production lines. After all, stopping them would incur huge losses. Losers like us. They use us up and throw us away. Momonga suddenly recalled his own mother. That's how it was, huh? That's what happened to your parents, Ulbert-san? My mother worked herself to death. When I woke up in the morning, I saw her collapsed in the kitchen. Even lashed with fatigue, she pushed herself to make my favorite dish. If only she hadn't worried about it and just taken a rest instead, she might still be around now. When I found her, her body was already ice cold, at least, that's how I remember it. My memory's a bit hazy on that count. After a brief silence, he was answered by a voice which sounded like it had been forced out. I'm sorry for bringing up such an unpleasant topic. Don't worry about it, I barely remember it myself, still, I apologize for it. All in all, I personally can't stand the winners. Although it's not like Touch-san did anything wrong. I understand. However, how should I say this? What happens out there has nothing to do with what happens here. Look, I'm enjoying myself too, right? So. How shall I say this? It would be good if you could enjoy yourself too, Ulbert-san. If I'm not wrong, it's not like you don't want to mix with the others, right? So, how shall I put it, it's just like you said. I'm sorry for causing you all this trouble, Momonga-san. I'll do my best not to throw tantrums from now on. Then I'll leave that to you. We should probably wrap this up around now. Got it. Although, the thing about this game is. Speaking of which, Chagama-san, shouldn't I make those undead adjutants around now? You should save the skills which cost experience until the end, so either a death grandpa or a death grandma should be fine, right? Obviously, the monsters were not actually called Death Grandpa or Grandma. They were merely nicknames for the monsters known as the Death Emperor and the Death Empress. That's true. So, Grandpa or Grandma? Since our vanguards are happily cleaving through the enemy, Grandpa would be better, right? Well, they do look pretty motivated, as they loudly taunted their opponents as mooks, small fry and the like. Nishikienrai and warrior Takamikazuchi laid into the undead with powerful blows. The reason that they could attack so unreservedly was most likely due to Bukubukagama's masterful hate management. After all, we still have resources. Yamachan, Yamachan. As she waited for the right moment to use a skill while the undead mauled her, Bukubukagama called out to Yameko, who stood behind them with a healing wand. Yes, Chagama-san? It's Kazeki. That again? Then, what's the matter, Kazeki? How's your MP? How well can you heal everyone? It's fine. Actually, I've been healing with a wand since just now. Even wands imbued with high-tier spells would only heal about half as much as Yameko could if she personally cast a healing spell. Still, that was adequate for the task at hand, which was a sign of how well the three frontliners had played their roles. I see, then, could you not summon your switch attacker right now, Momonga-san? Got it. Then, I'll await your instructions. That's not necessary. I'll leave that to your own discretion, Momonga-san. I trust you. I'll do my best, but let me know if I mess up, of course. Though I feel your skills are pretty good, so it should be fine, Momonga-san. If you train yourself, you can get even better. Hate control, hate control. She must have used a skill that built hate. The undead, who had been wavering a little, turned to assault Bukubukagama again. She was immune to the negative status effects that undead could inflict, like poison or paralysis. In other words, she was the perfect tank. Of course, Momonga could not keep staring at her. He cast a 10th tier spell, which was naturally targeted on Bukubukagama. Ultimate Disturb. Technically, there was no need to speak when casting spells, but one's colleagues would not know what was going on if nothing was said. Therefore, magic casters announced their spell names as a sort of courtesy. Thank you and now. And because he observed that courtesy, Byukubu Kagama could spring into action right away. Thanks to this spell, Byukubu Kagama's magic resistance rapidly increased, and the hate which should have been allotted to Momonga instead went to her. She was a very skilled player. Her swift and accurate judgments, born of long experience with the game, placed her firmly in the top class of Yggdrasil's players. In particular, she was skilled at hate management, which was a difficult task since hate was a hidden value. There was virtually no way to know how much hate any given action produced without personal experience. Being able to do such a thing in the data-heavy Yggdrasil was a feat that required long hours of battles and practice. In a sense, Momonga admired Byukubu Kagama. Well, if there was a way to cast this on the enemy, their caster types would be useless, Albert muttered as he used a wand to cast spells. Ultimate Disturb was a spell which greatly increases an ally's magic resistance, at the price of wrecking their ability to cast spells. It was plainly obvious that one could neuter an enemy mage if the spell could be cast on them. Well, I doubt you could ever pull that trick off, Yumeko replied as she cast a healing spell from her wand. In contrast, Byukubu Kagama chimed in with approval. You shouldn't say that, Yama-chan. People discover new things because of folks like Albert-san who want to find them. Sometimes they might even find a loophole, but that's expected of those shitty devs. And so, the battle with the undead ended with the sense that it was an easy fight. If the shitty devs knew the meaning of balance, they'd probably make the boss here very strong. No, if you're going by that, the boss here would be very weak. Why would the developers know about balance? It's been amply demonstrated in the past, right? As they laughed and agreed, the group followed their magically created guides once more. After several easy battles, as they moved through the tomb. Hang on. The group ground to a halt from Nishikienrai's sudden warning. It's a teleport trap. Disarm difficulty looks to be red. A red disarm rating meant that the chances of successfully disarming the trap were very low. The most common methods of disarming traps were through the use of a skill to temporarily raise one's success rate, using a magic item, or by casting a trap disarming spell. Then, I guess it's my turn. However, this team had a method apart from those. It was a brute force method that was also known as the Warrior's Disarm, or a Summon Disarm. Momonga created a low-tier undead being, a skeleton. Undeath Slave Sight. He cast his spell on the skeleton. A small window appeared in the corner of Momonga's field of vision, allowing him to see through the skeleton's eye sockets. Momonga then ordered it in the direction Nishikienrai was pointing at. They advanced, and then the skeleton suddenly vanished. He enlarged the small window. They had been teleported to a large burial chamber, and he could see the imposing figure of a huge monster. The monster's name and level did not appear because he was looking through the eyes of the skeleton, but Momonga was already familiar with the stats of that big monster. Well, that skeleton traveled quite a distance. That's a level 95 undead creature, a greater graveyard, I think. Ah, it died. With a swipe of a massive arm, the window turned black and the spell terminated. 20 seconds have passed. The teleport trap stopped operating, which means it's inactive for now. Wait a little longer. A minute later, Nishikienrai received a notification of the trap reactivating. Then, let's try it again. Momonga created another skeleton, and sent it into the trap with the same spell as before. The teleport destination was the same burial chamber from earlier, guarded by the same monster. Same place. Can we conclude that the trap only goes to one location? Momonga asked Byukubu Kagama as the screen blacked out again. Of course, she replied. Momonga and the others, who strongly doubted that there was a proper route through the teleport trap, hurriedly ran through the trap while it was inactive. If we get a new member in the guild, I hope they're good at trap disarming.
After all, our rogue-type members are more focused on combat.
That's true.
However, I don't think we should be too picky. I think it'll be fine as long as they're heteromorphs. I don't want us to be like other guilds with trial periods that are several weeks long, all sorts of entry requirements, and so on. After all, Puneto-san said so himself, games are meant to be enjoyed.
You've got a point, Momonga-san, and I agree with it. I guess it's just us being selfish in wanting a proper thief.
No, Yumeko-san. I was just thinking that it would be good if we had someone like that.
It's not like we won't let someone in who isn't a thief, is that so?
My apologies, Takamikazuchi-san.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
I said something weird myself.
Well, we beat the trap, though we had to spend some resources on it. If anything happens, we can hire NPC mercenaries.
Enough chit-chat, the enemy's coming.
Stay alert until we make contact.
In accordance with Byakubo Kagama's directions, Momonga steeled himself for combat. Carelessness was dangerous as long as one did not know about the enemy. Just as a murky, monster silhouette appeared in the corner of their eyes, Momonga and Albert simultaneously cast area of effect attack spells from their wands.
End of Part 5. If you like my content, join me on Patreon, where you can find more and exclusive novels. Also, you can leave a donation by clicking the Super Thanks button. Thank you very much for your support. Part 6. There was a statue in what seemed like the heart of the dungeon. There were glowing magic circles before the statue, and it seemed likely that stepping into them would transport one to the boss. Since they had made it all the way here, even those shitty devs would not have put in endlessly respawning monsters, so they had the luxury of changing out their gear for an anti-boss loadout. That said, nobody in this group trusted the developers. Nishikienrai carefully surveyed their surroundings while the magic casters used spells to check for secret doors nearby. Momonga did not have much gear to switch out, so he was the first to finish. Then, he contacted the other parties with a message. Since message was a spell that created a one-to-one conversation, it was difficult to share information with the rest of the group. While there were certain commander-type classes who had skills that allowed for simultaneous communication with many people, Ainz Ooal Gown did not possess individuals with such skills. After speaking to everyone and discussing what he had learned with Punito-mo, Momonga returned to his companions, who were almost done with their preparations. He also carried the sense of guilt which came with knowing something troublesome and knowing that he would have to rope others into helping him.
How goes it, Momonga-san?
Did the other teams all make it?
Momonga answered Byakubo Kagama, the party leader.
Yes, the other 4 teams have reached the dungeon's heart.
They've all expended some resources, but they're all in tip-top condition and ready to fight.
A small cheer came from the group.
However, beating trash mobs and the environment made up 40% of the difficulty of raiding a dungeon, while beating its boss was the other 60%. In a way, they were not even halfway through. Still, one could turn it around and say that they had completed almost half of the raid perfectly. Still, there's 3 problems. 2 teams have already started fighting their respective bosses. Judging by shared information, the bosses they've encountered have different abilities, appearances, and boss rooms. The volcanic region's boss seems to be some sort of dragon with lightning breath, while the party in the underwater lake seems to have encountered some kind of pure white bat.
I see, so we can't use information gained from people who went in first. What's the second problem?
There were announcements once they entered the boss rooms, and judging by the content of those announcements, the bosses get stronger in order of encounter. Which means, the team that fights their boss last.
The veteran players instantly knew what Momonga was trying to say.
I see, it would be simple enough if the bosses were even in power, but after several encounters, a strong boss might get even stronger.
Is that it?
Well, if it's the shitty devs, they'd probably level up the boss until it's unbeatable.
How many times should we make them fight before letting them win? They'd ask with smug grins on their faces. And without any concrete information, we can't formulate a battle plan. I think I know what you're trying to say, Momonga-san. Come, speak your mind. Pushed forward by everyone else, Momonga decided to come clean. My apologies. I want to have our team pick the short straw. Can I trouble everyone to bear this hardship? There was no hesitation in their answers. The others agreed unanimously. There was no reluctance or a sense that it could not be helped, only excitement. Momonga-san, don't be mistaken. This isn't taking on a hardship, but rather, it's because we're like this that we can take it on at all. Look, in terms of physical damage dealing, defense, magical damage dealing, healing, and support, we're probably the most specialized members of Ainz Ooal Gown. If I could put a team together to fight that boss, I'd probably pick all of us again. After Byakubu Kagama, warrior Takamikazuchi spoke up. I came here because this was what I wanted to do. I couldn't ask for anything more. I've always wanted to predict the foe's tactics in a battle with no clear means of victory. Plus, if I'm backed up by you guys, that move of mine might. The Bright King combo? It's certainly possible. No, it's definitely possible. Take Yen. Nishikienrai exclaimed in excitement. Byakubu Kagama can manipulate karma values, and Yumeko's super tier spell works on people with positive karma too. Come on, Momonga-san, help us out. The attacker and attacker, come seeker, were practically shouting in joy. Momonga had heard of the Bright King combo. If pulled off successfully, it would push their DPS through the roof. It was a move that was worthy of being called an ultimate attack, but at the same time, it could only be used once a day, and the boss would enrage due to the depletion of its health. Therefore, if they got the timing wrong when paring down its health, the move would not succeed. We'll also need to see how much of its health we can burn off in a short time. You can handle that, right, Albert-san? Indeed. Since you let me conserve all my MP, I plan to spend it all on damage, but of course, I'll follow Byakubu Kagama-san's directions for hate management. Looking forward to it. Alright, then next up. Momonga continued explaining after seeing that everyone had calmed down. This is probably the most important thing, but we won't be able to retreat from this fight. A prickly sensation of nervousness flooded through him. They had one shot at this. They had to bet everything on that one shot. Boss battles typically took place in a separate map, and there were some boss battles which allowed players to retreat from the fight. Therefore, most players would do so if they felt things were getting dangerous. Of course, the enemy would recover all their lost HP, so it would be best not to use trump cards and the like before retreating. Really, they don't want newcomers to beat this dungeon in one go. There's almost nobody who could beat this dungeon blind anyway. Then, Momonga-san, I have 2 questions. Did anyone lose their buffs when they went in? That didn't seem to have happened. I see, then, will we have time to buff up inside? No chance. The boss appears immediately and attacks. So we're fighting without knowledge or preparation? This is tough. The battle is over before it begins. You sound just like him, Momonga-san. It was accompanied by a giggle. Just so. The deck is stacked pretty high against us. However, I feel our team can do it. Right, guys? Byakubu Kagama's statement was met with approval all around. In a grateful tone, Momonga announced, then, I'll let everyone else know that our party will be the last ones in. Thank you. Then, another problem is that we know nothing about the enemy's attacks. Though since we've encountered nothing but undead all the way here, the boss might end up being some other type of creature, right? No, those shitty devs would definitely do something like that. Since we don't know enough about this fight, we can't assemble the proper elemental enchants, so how about something that's wide spectrum but low potency? No matter what, we can't learn without taking a hit. Plus, we have to worry about hate resets. We could use food to buff our basic stats. Would you mind sparing me some for resistances? I'm not making undead to add to the damage rotations, but I'll be using them as meat shields when the time comes. I won't use them to attack." Everyone loudly discussed their preparations for this battle, and when it was over, Momonga had received confirmation that the other two teams had started their respective battles. "Then, shall we?" Byukubu Kagama oozed forward, a shield in each hand. Various magic items floated into view within her pink body. When slimes were equipped with magic items, with the exception of handheld items, they were not shown on their exterior, but within their bodies. Incidentally, in Yggdrasil one could equip magic items in the following slots: head, face, body, 3 pieces of jewelry apart from one's rings, underclothing, arms, hands, left and right rings, waist, legs and feet. Even a suit of full plate armor only counted as taking up the body slot. Then, we're going for it. 1/6 of a raid boss. Don't go into your rotations right away, watch the enemy's attacks first. I'll manage our hate, so please listen to my instructions. You guys don't need me to tell you this, right? 5 evil grin emoticons were their response to Byukubu Kagama's provocation. They had played together for a long time now. All of them knew what they could and could not do. With Byukubu Kagama leading the way, the party entered the magic circle. They ended up in a room that resembled a coliseum. The walls were high and curved into a dome. Since there was a roof, there probably would not be any flying monsters dropping in on them. Next, they inspected the ground beneath their feet. It seemed to be regular dirt, with no sign of traps. Still, they could not be careless. Altering the terrain was a common tactic of raid bosses. They needed to have a response for anything the enemy tried to do. If they knew what the enemy was capable of from the start, they could take steps to foil the enemy action, or even turn it to their advantage. One could also use the super tier spell The Creation to directly alter the circumstances to their advantage, but all super tier spells had an unavoidable cooldown time whenever they were cast. Therefore, the trump card of super tier magic could only be used when it was absolutely vital. Momonga and friends turned their eyes in unison to the massive being that stood in the center of the room like a wrathful Neo statue. It was a boss which stood nearly 5 meters tall, with 6 arms, and it resembled an Asura. From the exquisite craftsmanship of its armor, they could guess that it boasted a strong defense. 4 of its 6 arms held melee weapons: a sword, an axe, a spear and a club, each wreathed in an aura of fire, cold, electricity, and acid respectively. Its remaining 2 hands held a bow. All this suggested that it was a physical attacker with multiple elemental attacks. Though it did not seem to be undead, it was still a boss monster, and those boasted a plethora of resistances. It certainly did not seem like the sort of creature which could be felled by an instant death attack. There were very few monsters in Yggdrasil with attacks that were vastly different from what their appearances suggested. However, there were many enemies whose moves could not be predicted. Still, this boss seemed like a special case. Most monsters were generated by the same rules used for generating player characters. Even the magic they used was the same. The values derived from their basic stats, such as HP, were also of a similar nature. In Yggdrasil, there were 2 major patterns of raid bosses. The main problem with designing boss encounters in Yggdrasil was that the players had the same skills and spells that monsters did, but during raid boss encounters, there would be 30 players facing a single monster. Even if with enhanced stats, one monster would still be obliterated by sheer weight of numbers, which meant that there was no challenge at all. As such, 2 main patterns of boss encounters appeared to address this issue. The first was to meet numbers with numbers. Sometimes the boss would come with minions, or the boss arena would constantly spawn monsters. In this approach, the boss was usually not very strong. In some cases, it would only have several times the HP of a player character. The other method was to send out a single boss, generated with different data from the player characters. This sort of boss typically had abilities which would give a lot of trouble to parties which encountered them for the first time, and it could use those abilities continuously. Judging by the look of the boss, it was highly likely that it fell into the latter category. "Oh foolish ones who challenged us last,
know the might of those who become stronger with every layer of binding removed from us. There wasn't any foreshadowing about bindings before this. Here we come. Byakubo Kagama leapt forth. She circled around the boss, moving in order not to let the boss' first strike hit anyone but herself. The boss thrust its flaming sword, and a dark red circle formed around Byakubo Kagama's feet, indicating that she was the target of its attack. From the way the circle moved with her, it would seem this was an undodgeable move. Solar Flare. Those words floated in the air as it activated a unique boss skill, which did not exist as a spell which players could access. A burst of fire erupted, centered on Byakubo Kagama. Bosses with multiple unique skills were very hard to deal with. This was because there was no way of knowing what type of attack or magic would be effective. There was no time to feel the boss out by trial and error either. All they could do now was use all the tricks they had learned during their time as gamers. Judging by Byakubo Kagama's HP bar, she had not been badly hurt. However, that was because being attacked was her objective. Having eschewed offensive power, Byakubo Kagama instead boasted immense resistance to all sorts of elemental attacks. Even so, if the boss focused its fire on her, she might end up being pounded to death. Of course, normal monsters could not do that, but it was certainly possible for bosses who were designed as solo combat units. After all, they were special beings, which were unlike a normal enemy. As such, even light wounds could not be overlooked. Thus, Yumeko promptly cast her healing spell. The boss began pursuing Byakubo Kagama, while Momonga approached from the opposite side of the boss. It swung at Byakubo Kagama with its gigantic sword, but she deftly blocked it with her shields. A top-class player could not only deflect a boss attacks without harm, but even respond with a counterattack of their own. However, Byakubo Kagama could not do that. Within Ainz Ooal Gown, the only person who could was Touch Me. He was a super-tier player who could serve as a tank even though he was an attacker. The two frontliners advanced. Like a rubber band stretched to its limit, they snapped forth, reaching the boss in an instant. Shadowbind, Hobble. Razor Edge, Resetsu. As the text boxes popped up above their heads, several black blades flew through the air. Those were attacks which lowered evasion and movement speed, and now that the boss was presumably weakened, the physical attacker warrior Takamikazuchi slashed wildly at the boss. Multiple slashes appeared on the boss body, and Momonga saw the boss HP bar waver, thanks to his life essence spell. It had taken less damage than expected, and it was this, more than anything it said, which made them think that this was really a raid boss. Arm slice, headshot. Resetsu, slash all. More words popped up above their heads, and their chained attacks mauled the boss body. They could still chat while fighting mooks, but against a boss they had no time to banter. However, their teamwork would break down if they did not indicate what they were doing, so they used macros to create those text boxes. The acid-wreathed club swung at Nishikienrai. Thanks to the debuffs he had inflicted, the boss hate for him had gone up beyond Byakubo Kagama's ability to manage. Although the blow should have struck home, no damage numbers appeared. He must have used some sort of ninja skill. Watch your hate. Stop attacking. R. Byakubo Kagama used the shield on her left hand to protect herself, while she attacked continuously with the one on the right. The text boxes above her read Shield Attack, Shield Stun and Mega Impact. This was also known as the Hate Combo, which built hate towards her quickly. After that was Knight's Challenge. Normally, hate increased along with damage done, but Byakubo Kagama did very little damage. As a result, she could not generate hate quickly, which was why she compensated with a skill that built hate twice as fast as normal. The boss once more targeted Byakubo Kagama, and began attacking. The two frontliners matched their movements and attacked, while Overlord and Momonga cast their spells. Boosted Magic Arrow. Penetrate Magic Slow. Overlord's first tier spell, which had been temporarily boosted in tier, streaked toward the boss,
leaving a white trail in its wake. Doing too much damage made hate management difficult, and it would be hard to control the flow of the battle. In order not to build too much hate, he decided to use a weak spell. As usual, Momonga was casting debuffs. Breaking through the enemy's resistances was difficult, but if the debuffs managed to connect, it would greatly help his team. The battle was progressing smoothly. The vanguard suppressed the boss, while the rear guards whittled it down. It felt like they were off to a good start, though they did not let it go to their heads. Just as Momonga was thinking that, a message notification appeared in his line of sight. "Don't you know I'm fighting a boss?" Momonga grumbled as he tapped the notification and took the message. "Sorry to bother you in the middle of combat, Momonga-san." It was Punito Mo's voice. "Oh well, it happens. I'll talk to you in a while." "How much longer?" "How should I know?" Although Momonga wanted to tell him not to disrupt his concentration, he could sense a growing anxiety in Punito Mo's voice. Momonga had already cast a Tier 7 spell, Focus Magic, on Ulbert. While this buff would end after the next spell Ulbert cast, that spell would do over twice the normal amount of DPS. Plus, only Ulbert's hate would go up, so Byukubu Kagama would have an easier time managing hate. Because of this, Momonga had a little bit of breathing room. While he kept an eye on the boss movements, he replied to Punito Mo. "It should be a fair bit, we haven't even brought him down to 75% health. Normal parties would take roughly 10 to 15 minutes to defeat a boss. Not even a quarter of that had passed so far. Could you hurry it up a little? 3 teams have already beaten their bosses and moved on to the 6th floor." Momonga did not congratulate Punito Mo because he had a bad feeling about what came next. They ran into a constantly respawning horde of monsters and are currently fighting. They might have to fight until everyone wins and reaches the 6th floor. What the hell is this? Momonga resisted the urge to exclaim out loud. This was a dire situation for the teleported parties. Being forced to fight even more monsters after expending their MP and limited use skills against the bosses was an arduous task. The proper way to clear dungeons like this was probably to learn which bosses would get stronger, and in which order. Then, the parties would simultaneously enter their boss fights and beat them at the same time. He cursed the shitty developers in his heart. Did they really hate first-time clears so much? No, it was because of traps like these that first-time clears were so difficult. So, please hurry. After terminating the message to Punito Mo, Momonga shouted, "Finish it quick." "R." They replied in unison, and nobody asked for the reason why. "Time to spend." "Damn cash shop. 3,000 yen. No more than 3,000 yen. Those shitty devs must have done this to force people to use the cash shop." As Momonga heard Nishikienrai and warrior Takamikazuchi shouting, he also heard Ulbert lament quietly, "I'll have to use cash items too." Momonga could empathize with him. Right now, it would probably be best to make a minimal investment in cash items. They were in a team, after all, and it would not do to hold everyone else back. Although he did not know what kind of cash item the frontliners had used, the boss' health was dropping faster than before. Because of that, the boss used a new attack. It brought the freezing axe above its head. Neptune Lightstorm. The freezing vapors flowing from the axe formed a sphere of bluish-white energy over the boss' head. This must be some sort of super move. With that in mind, Momonga immediately ran over to Yameko's side. Lasers sprayed in all directions from the blue-white orb. Although most of the beams seemed to fly at random, some of them seemed to follow a specific pattern. Of course, it was impossible to tell what that pattern was on the first encounter. Momonga was hit by a bolt of light, but he was unscathed. As expected, that attack was a cold elemental one. Since he was immune to it, he was not affected by its negative status effects or debuffs either. However, haste. Momonga cast the spell on the frontliners. The 3 vanguards were under a slow debuff, which should have been because they were struck by the lasers.
That being the case, he could counter it with the appropriate, opposed magic. At this level, one could negate a lot of elemental attacks and debuffs with innate elements or resistances, but it was impossible to eliminate all flaws in a character. The problem then became where a player allowed themselves to be weak. In all likelihood, the frontliners left themselves vulnerable to slow effects because they trusted in Momonga to help dispel them. Momonga in turn promptly tended to them. This was the true meaning of teamwork. Just as they thought they were through it, the boss began another round of attacks. The shrinking interval between the usage of skills was a sign that the boss was picking up the pace. Venus Monsoon. Heavy clouds appeared above the boss' head, blanketing the battlefield. The boss raised its corrosive club. It would seem it was going to call down acid rain. Shark Cyclone. A gigantic hurricane whirled into existence as Momonga cast his spell, but it did not disperse the gathering clouds overhead. Shit. Momonga muttered shitty developers over and over again until it became a sort of mantra. If the boss used a spell which players had access to, he would probably be able to counter it in some way. However, if it was a skill, all he could do was guess. This time, his guess was off. He should have used a defensive spell instead, but it was too late. This was not the sort of opponent that would give him the luxury of a second move. A torrential rainstorm filled everyone's vision. It made them think of the acid rain in the real world. However, since this was a game, the rain vanished immediately. The puddles left behind on the ground did not inflict any dots. This was a surprisingly mild attack. Since he had acid resistance, he had not taken much damage. Of course, his equipment durability had decreased, but that was not a big problem. This might have been the sort of attack which would have extra effects if the slow debuff remained on them. Yumeko ran over to him, and the moment he touched her, a text box with the words "Greater Lethal" appeared. This was a spell which caused damage with negative energy, but it had the opposite effect on Momonga. Momonga also had the ability to infuse negative energy by touch, but it could not heal the undead. Apparently, it could heal undead by touch during the first week of the game, but it was immediately patched out. The ray of hope which shone down on undead magic casters was snuffed out, as though it had been nothing but a dream. Thanks. You're welcome. Yumeko cast healing spells on the frontliners, whose health had been reduced almost by half. Byukubu Kagama was still very energetic, so her spells were focused on the other two. The boss raised its lightning lance. Because its health was going down very fast, the delay between each attack was now very short. There were good and bad things about this, but since Byukubu Kagama kept quiet, it implied that it was fine. Judging by the weapon the boss raised, it was most likely some sort of lightning elemental attack. If that was the case... Yumeko-san. Albert-san. Heading up. There was no time to wait for their responses. Momonga cast a greater teleportation spell. His destination was the sky. Just as the view in his eyes shifted from the teleport. Jupiter Tempest. Streaks of blinding white lightning raced across the ground. A simple fly spell would not have allowed them to make it up here in time. Normally speaking, flying up was a bad move. However, Momonga had ascended because the boss' previous attack descended from above. He guessed that there would not be two consecutive attacks which came down from the sky. He was lucky. Going down. Okay. They were of one mind. After all, there was a chance that the next attack would heavily damage anyone in the air. Of course, he was quite nervous about his descent, but his body was supported by the fly spell as he returned to the ground. Once there, he did not forget to cancel the spell. The truth was, using fly in combat was quite difficult, only a few people were capable of it. Still, if one planned out a simple course and let the spell's autopilot handle things, one could fight in the air. Landing, in particular, was an easy task. When the boss swung its weapon, the shockwave it produced ripped through the area surrounding it. However, only Byukubu Kagama was hurt. Judging by their text boxes, the two attackers had used some sort of technique to withstand the damage and continue their attack. As Momonga, Ulbert and Yumeko descended, the boss raised all four of its weapons, and used some sort of skill. Great Ore of Mercury. It would seem the boss had buffed itself. So hard. That voice belonged to warrior Takamikazuchi. His damage output had dropped to 1/10 th of normal. Meteoric Turtle. Byukubu Kagama shouted, naming a boss they had defeated in the past. Momonga immediately understood the meaning behind those words. The Meteoric Turtle had a move where it enhanced its defense, then took to the sky before crashing down again like the meteor it was named after, dealing a party-wiping amount of damage to everyone in the area. The countermeasures to this move were, unbalance the boss and forcibly break its defensive stance, take to the skies and have the damage taken, or to continuously use defensive spells or skills to endure the onslaught. Warrior Takamikazuchi and Nishikienrai began using their unbalancing skills. Momonga and the others coordinated with them and cast debilitating spells on the boss as well. A prickly sensation hung in the air. About 15 seconds later, the boss swung its weapons, as though remembering that it had forgotten to attack while its defense rose. The sense of relief that came from disrupting the boss was replaced by the pressure of knowing that the boss was going to make its move. Lunar Sword. The air pressure from the strikes turned into slashing shockwaves, which tore through the air. It made no difference whether one was in the sky or on the ground, there was no hiding from it. Wall of Jericho. Byukubu Kagama used her area defense skill to become a wall behind which everyone could hide. Even so, she had still been heavily hit. It was unclear whether unbalancing the enemy meant that they had taken less damage, or if the damage taken was evenly distributed throughout the group, or if they had taken damage at all because they failed to evade the attack. As he was being healed, Momonga went to his console and looked over his spells, at the same time considering how to proceed given the attack they had just taken. Now that the boss had lost quite a bit of HP, its attack patterns were becoming more aggressive. There was a chance it might use that attack repeatedly. In the meantime, the boss HP was decreasing steadily. Although the boss had abnormally high HP, the attacker's firepower was more than up to the task. Suddenly, the boss pointed its bow to the sky and drew it back. There was no way of telling how it would attack since it had not used its bow and arrow before now. They hindered it as much as possible, and let the backliners take care of the boss target. Should I have checked the bow's element? Momonga thought as he clicked his tongue. Saturn Meteor. The boss fired toward the sky. The arrow flew to the ceiling, and an inky black void appeared, the void of space, which swallowed it without a trace. The sudden void expanded to cover the entire battlefield. It would seem that the range of this attack was as large as the previous one. Momonga immediately selected Wall of Skeleton from the control console, deploying it above himself like an umbrella. Momonga-san, let me in. Ulbert, the offensive specialist, had to conserve every scrap of MP he had. Thus, he ran over. Yumeko was in a similar situation as well. Field of Force. Sanctuary Protection. As Yumeko put up another layer of protection, Momonga cast yet another defensive spell. This was because they had no idea what kind of attack was coming next. Just then, a shrill screech rang through the air, and countless meteors flew through the air at them. The initial impact shattered the wall of skeleton, which had been further reinforced by the sanctuary protection. After that, the shockwave broke the field of force and damaged Momonga, far more than the previous lunar sword had. Half of his previously full HP bar vanished in an instant. However, that was the end of the attack, and Momonga was still alive. Nobody had died, and Byukubu Kagama still had more than half her HP left. If the tank was fine, they could still fight. Yumeko used a powerful skill to heal everyone quickly. However, this did not include Momonga, since normal curative methods did not work on him. In addition, Yumeko's big skill spread its healing among its targets, so there was no benefit for including Momonga. If Momonga took another attack from the boss, he would die. Therefore, Momonga watched the boss movements as he made a death knight and had it await orders. If the boss attacked the weakened Momonga, he would use the death knight as a shield. "I'll heal you, Momonga-san." After healing everyone else, Yumeko announced her next move to the vanguards and then cast Greater Lethal on Momonga. While Momonga was healing up, the frontliners stopped attacking and took defensive stances, healing their wounds with potions. This was so that they did not complicate the hate management. All the weapons the boss was holding rose into the air, orbiting around it. Given these special effects, there was no doubt that it was preparing for something big. "To think you have made it this far. It appears I have underestimated you. In that case, come forth, my minions." The floating weapons arranged themselves into the points of a 5-point star, and then thrust themselves into the ground. 5 monsters appeared from those places. Level 87, Primal Fire Elemental. Level 87, Primal Water Elemental. Level 87, Primal Air Elemental. Level 87, Primal Earth Elemental. Level 90, Primal Star Elemental. Each of them was the same size of the boss, and they were monsters of equivalent level to Momonga and the others. The 6 of them, including the boss, would surely crush the party into a paste. Momonga laughed. He had not expected the boss to be this powerful. "We might have gotten the sequence wrong. The boss in this arena is the kind which won't relent right until the end. Or are you saying the other bosses are this strong? If that's the case, then we made the right decision." As though answering Momonga's muttering, a man's voice gave a great cry, roar, "My secret arcana! Descend, O ultimate disaster! Flow, ye tears of despair and regret! Grand catastrophe!" This speech, which was completely unlike his usual style, incidentally, the preamble before the spell name was different each time, was the naked expression of his soul. When Albert Alan Odal mastered the class of World Disaster, he gained this power, which outstripped the might of even super-tier spells. It was an ultimate move which required 60% of his MP. The fallen leaves of the World Tree had a malice of their own, and now that curse was given a physical form. Pure destructive energy surged through the battlefield. The 5 elementals, which should have been at full health, were instantly annihilated. The boss itself lost an alarming amount of HP. At the same time, Albert ran toward the boss. Thanks to the hate generated by Grand Catastrophe, the boss would not stop attacking until it hit Albert at least once. As though to switch with him, Bukubukagama ran to the back. In the moment where Albert was hit by the boss, Bukubukagama, who had run to the back, immediately exchanged places with him. A text box reading transposition popped up from Bukubukagama, and then vanished. The boss weapons returned to its hands. It might be that the boss would lose access to a weapon as long as its corresponding elemental was on the field. In that case, it might have been better to leave the appropriate elementals alive, possibly 2 of them, 1 left-hand and 1 right-hand weapon, but of course they could not know that on a first encounter. Solar Flare. The boss opened up on Bukubukagama with the move it had first used. "Everyone! Kill it quickly! It's starting its rotation again!" Bukubukagama shouted. Now that Albert had used his trump card, they had no way to beat the elementals quickly if the enemy summoned them again. In other words, they would be defeated. Therefore, they had to bring it down before that. There was no reason to hold back now. Triplet maximize magic reality slash. Momonga could feel the boss turning on him now that his hate had gone up. Or rather, it was only to be expected after hitting it with 3 maximized tier 10 attack spells at the same time. The boss closed in swiftly, but it was exactly as Bukubukagama had predicted. It was natural to expect the enemy to attack someone who attacked it. The proof of this was that Bukubukagama did not rush over to him, but reapplied an expired buff instead. This was because she firmly believed that Momonga could deal with it and could respond as a player should. Death Knight.
He sent a command to the Death Knight with a macro. The Death Knight roared and took on the hate that should have been borne by Momonga. At the same time, in accordance with the orders given, the Death Knight ran to Bukubukagama. The boss paused and turned on the incoming Death Knight. Its attack swung down on the Death Knight. It went without saying that given the gigantic level difference, the Death Knight should have been destroyed. That was what should have happened if a level 90 being attacked a level 35 opponent, unless the attacker held back a lot. However, the Death Knight's skill activated. It took the hit and survived with 1 HP remaining, and continued running toward the frontliners. Or rather, it tried to run. The boss' next blow obliterated the Death Knight. However, it had fulfilled its purpose. "You're the best, Death Knight Kuan. Now look at me, you son of a bitch." Bukubukagama raised her gelid arms, probably trying to get the boss to target her. The boss, which had been planning to charge the others, changed its target to her. All these were the movements of the switch attack, which Momonga was skilled at executing. "Push it. R. R." The boss raised its freezing axe, and used the Neptune Lightstorm, which Momonga had already experienced before. As he shielded the other backliners with his body, he dispelled the debuffs on the frontliners. This was when the boss began attacking in earnest. Until now, the boss had followed up all its skills up with simple auto-attacks. However, at this stage, it was using its skills back to back. Was it because it was low on HP? The implication here was that it would summon the primal elementals after using each skill once. In other words, they were running out of time. Can we deplete its HP fast enough? Despite his growing anxiety, Momonga operated his console with speed and precision. This was what they meant when they said the frontline was a sports meet, while the backline was a theater performance. A single mistake would disrupt his rhythm. Momonga groaned as he thought of the boss attacks and watched its movements. They might not be able to beat it in time. However, how about it? Can we kill it in one shot? I'm in range. We can do it. Everyone, we're going for the Bright King combo. I'll leave it to you. Roger. Then let me begin. Sacrifice. The boss hit Bukubukagama, who had both her arms spread wide. Bukubukagama took a huge amount of damage, even through her extremely high defense. At the same time, a black mist enveloped the boss. After that, Bukubukagama activated the Aegis skill. HP restoration should have been Yumeko's job, but they no longer had the time for that. All she could do was minimize her damage taken and try to push through this with her current HP. Momonga cast a spell, targeting it on Nishikienrai. Conflict Karma. Yumeko watched as Momonga cast his buff, then crushed the hourglass-like cash item in her hand, instantly activating her super tier spell. Judgment of Osiris. Scales appeared over the heads of everyone on the battlefield. On one side was a heart, and on the other was a feather. Yumeko, Nishikienrai, and warrior Takamikazuchi's scales pended down on the feather's side. In contrast, Momonga, Ulbert, Bukubukagama, and the boss scales weighed down on the heart's side. In that moment, the heart was promptly devoured by a beast that appeared out of nowhere. Momonga was not hurt. However, his karma value plummeted, reaching less 1,000 in an instant. This super tier spell could manipulate karma values. It reduced negative values, and increased positive ones. Karma values affected the damage inflicted by certain spells and skills. The reason Yumeko cast this spell went without saying. It was to intensify the effects of the combo, which relied on karmic imbalance. Warrior Takamikazuchi was all smiles as he began the combo. Here I go. Akalanatha. Fudo Kensaku. The form of the immovable one, Fudo Myo-o, appeared behind warrior Takamikazuchi, casting forth a lariat from his hand. The first blow of the Bright King combo, Akalanatha, had two attack components. The first, the Kurakara sword, did more damage the lower its opponent's karma score was. Without the appropriate countermeasures, it would be fatal.
The second was the Fudo Kensaku, which reduced the evasive abilities of opponents with low karma values. This decrease was directly proportional to the amount of negative karma its target had. Perhaps the boss karma was never that high to begin with, but Byukubu Kagama's skill made sure of that. Byukubu Kagama's sacrifice greatly decreased defensive power, but in exchange the damaged party's karma dropped to the absolute minimum. And then, Yumeko's super tier spell lowered it even further. Trailokyavijayaraja. The conqueror of three planes, Gozan's Myo-o, appeared behind him as well and ran the boss through with his lance. Yamantaka. After that, the defeater of death, Daitoku Myo-o, materialized, smiting the boss with his massive club. Kundali. The dispenser of heavenly nectar, Gundari Myo-o, released a serpent from his hand, which suddenly expanded and coiled around the boss, further locking it in place. If this was not done, the boss might be able to escape its bindings in the delay between strikes. Vajrayaksa. The devourer of demons, Kongoyasha Myo-o, mauled the boss with his electrically charged Vajra sword. And then, while the boss could not evade, the 5 wisdom kings charged it. They surrounded him and as one, they took stances which pointed their palms at him. Their foe would not be able to move if it had so much as 1 point of negative karma. Nishikienrai switched out his weapon in that moment. This was his trump card, Susanoo. It was a weapon that was over 3 meters long, and due to various penalties, it swung very slowly. However, that hardly mattered when his opponent could not move. Perhaps it was a loophole in the system, or a deliberate decision by the developers, but the attack power of this gigantic ninjato far surpassed that of even a special being like this boss. The instant that slow-moving blade touched the boss, a frightening series of damage numbers that looked like they came from a multi-part attack spewed forth. Momonga could not help but laugh as the boss HP went down in his eyes. And then, cracks appeared all over the boss body. Light flowed out from between the gaps, followed by a great explosion. Momonga was stunned for a moment, and then the overflowing joy in his heart made him cry out. This might be a game, but jubilation from overcoming a great difficulty was universal. Nor was he the only one rejoicing. The other members of the party, who had beaten this dungeon alongside him, were cheering as well. An orb floated in the place where the boss used to be. It did not look like a data crystal, nor did it resemble an artifact. They had to take it and get the group to the 6th floor. Momonga wanted to grab it, but was it really all right for him to do so, given that he had not contributed that much? Momonga-san, the boss dropped an item. In that case, the 2 attackers should. Momonga-san, it's not like that, Byukubu Kagama said. Things ended up like this, because everyone did what they had to do. The attackers are supposed to damage the boss. The tank should control hate and bears the boss attacks. The healer has to heal the group's wounds. And of course, the wild card uses buffs and debuffs, guiding the flow of the battle. She panted, and took a breath. Therefore, everyone played their part. Something along the lines of what she said came from Yumeko's direction. Momonga-san, you protected us in many ways, didn't you? It's not just the frontliners who shone in this fight, don't you two agree? You're right, Yumeko-san. However, I feel a little embarrassed to have someone say I was shining. We're just the ones who entrust our backs to the rear guard and focus on attacking. Come on, go take it, Momonga-san. Didn't you say we had to hurry? Nishikienrai urged Momonga on after warrior Takamikazuchi spoke. There were no facial expressions in Yggdrasil. However, Suzuki Satoru knew that his friends were smiling happily. Thank you, everyone. Then, don't mind if I do. With that, Momonga reached out for the floating sphere, and touched it. In that instant, the world blacked out. By the time he could see again, he was in a wide-open space, completely different from before. These were ruins, perhaps. They seemed to be in a slightly elevated place, at the top of a flight of stone steps. The ruins were located within a sprawling expanse of wilderness,
But there seemed to be something glowing in the sky which cast enough light that they could not see beyond 200 to 300 meters away. The sound of cheering came from below them. Looking down, he saw his guildmates. They were holding weapons, and it would seem they had been fighting until just now. The auto-spawning enemies vanished, so I was pretty sure that you and the others defeated your boss, Momonga-san. Damn, we're good, beating an unknown dungeon in one try. How about that, you shitty devs? If you want to take a toilet break, you'd better go now. Don't miss out on what happens next. When he heard their shouts, Momonga suddenly understood what they had done, and he laughed. In truth, he had been laughing since just now, but he could not help himself now. Momonga and the others descended the stairs, bathed in everyone's praise. These were their accolades for beating the strongest boss. Then, Momonga-san. Put that in there. Momonga looked in the direction Touch Me was pointing, and saw a stone plaque. There were 4 orbs like the one Momonga was holding, and 1 empty slot. There were no clear directions, but he knew exactly what he had to do. He headed straight for the plaque, and slotted his orb into the final depression. The orb fit into the indentation as though it had been sucked in, and then all the orbs glowed gently. Momonga gulped. A scroll descended from the sky, landing beside Momonga. In its place, the plaque vanished, replaced by a throne made from a single gigantic crystal. There was no doubt that the scroll was the ownership deed, which meant that the throne was some sort of artifact. Usually, the dungeon reward was one or the other, but this seemed like an exceptional case. An artifact of this class ought to be pretty useful. If not, they could probably still sell it for a pretty penny. However, certain artifacts were weird, and he prayed that this was not the case. Momonga, who was very worried about the throne, looked up to the sky. The glowing scroll was falling at an almost insufferably slow speed. Although this sort of forced dramatics usually annoyed him, he had to be grateful for them this time. Momonga extended his hand, and grasped the scroll from midair. He had been thinking that he would look terribly lame if he fumbled it at a moment like this, so he had to keep the relief he felt when he took it into his hand a secret from everyone. Congratulations! For conquering the Great Tomb of Nazarick, you have earned the ownership rights to the guild home base, Great Tomb of Nazarick. As though urged on by that calm male voice, Momonga opened the scroll, allowing everyone to see the contents of the title deed. There was a cry of surprise as they looked through the data on the guild territories and income. This. We can make up to 2,750 levels of NPCs. Really? It's true. Why is it so high? Everyone anxiously went over the contents again, Momonga included. He accessed his console and went over the number of NPC levels. When he realized what was going on, his eyes went wide. There were only 9 places in the game which offered more NPC levels at 3,000. Was this home base location a place on par with those? It had not been discovered until now, so was this the result of something like points accumulating? Was there any reason for this? If so, it would be very helpful. They read through the guild home base details again, and the person who had first discovered it exclaimed again. The base amount is 2250, with a bonus of 500. Has anyone heard of anything like this before? Everyone shook their heads. Then, someone had an idea. Could it be that if you successfully beat a guild home base location in one shot, your maximum NPC levels increase? Silence fell across the group in an instant, and then someone shouted angrily, "You shitty developers." As though anyone could do that. Damn shitty devs. Is that what you mean by seeking knowledge with no fear of death, you bastards? Momonga joined in as well. This was to cover up the joy overflowing in his heart. The truth was, the people who had vented their emotions were now laughing. In fact, everyone was laughing. They slapped each other on the back, patted their shoulders and their heads, all to celebrate the achievement which they and their friends had won. From the corner of his eye, Momonga even noticed Albert and Touch Me patting each other on the back as well. Then, is this an artifact? Punito Mo stared at the throne. How nice of them to provide a throne for us. Then, please take your rightful place, Guildmaster Momonga-sama. After that, let's take a commemorative picture with him in the middle. Sounds good. Sounds great. Come, come. Guildmaster, come have a seat. Nishikienrai and warrior Takamikazuchi's words were met with general approval. He could no longer put this off. Momonga did as he was told and sat on the throne. In that moment, a voice which only Momonga could hear spoke to him. Congratulations! For completing a dungeon of recommended level 80+ in one attempt, you have received the world-class item, the Throne of Kings. As the notification slowly sank into his mind, Momonga felt his heart clench tightly and shrink. It was a shock that took his breath away. One of the greatest treasures in Yggdrasil now rested beneath him. Suspecting that he might have misheard things, he touched his console with trembling hands. As he looked at his status display, Momonga realized that the voice he heard was not some blissful hallucination that was the product of his own mind. He saw a buff on his status screen. It was the same as that time when they had once obtained a world-class item, but then lost it. That was, world. It implied an entire world, and the ultimate protection it bestowed. What's wrong, Momonga-san? Even in a world without facial expressions, anyone would find it strange if someone suddenly froze and did not move. Is it a nanomachine depletion message? No. This is a world-class item. Silence fell across the guild members who were lined up for the photo shoot. They could not understand what Momonga was saying. Hey, it's true. Seems to be a reward for clearing the dungeon on the first try. It was a calm voice that startled the listener himself. Nor could Momonga properly express himself due to the magnitude of the shock he had just received. A great commotion erupted from his friends. At first, it was only the phrase world-class item that fell from their lips, and then it was thunderous cheering. Just like before, great shouts of "shitty devs" rang out. I knew it from the start. Clearing this dungeon in one shot would give us a world-class item. As if you really knew that. Awesome. How about that? You seraph bastards. As everyone began dancing, strangely, Momonga decided to rise from the throne and vacate it, so anyone could sit down. He moved to a quieter, more distant place. Soon, Touch Me and Ulbert came to stand before Momonga. Well, that was amazing, Momonga-san. That's right. A guildmaster who gets us a world-class item in our first guild event, that's crazy, right? Seriously. As he mused about whether crazy should be used as a form of praise, Momonga nodded to Ulbert and Touch Me. What are you saying? All this was because everyone gave freely of their resources to help us clear this dungeon. There's no need to be so humble. Takamikazuchi-san was right. I couldn't have done something so wild. I would have been afraid of our first guild activity failing and suggested a safer and more sensible monster hunt instead. This is something only you could do, Momonga-san. No. Momonga wanted to say that it was a miracle that happened because everyone tried their hardest. Saying that it was all thanks to himself made him feel guilty. His friends touched the throne all over, arguing over who should be next in line to sit on it. It was because of them. Momonga-san. There's no need for that. If the venture failed, you were willing to bear everyone's disappointment and unhappiness, weren't you, Momonga-san? If that's the case, then you should accept the praise that comes from succeeding. Otherwise it would be strange, no? It was hard for him to accept those words, even if Ulbert said them. Don't be like that. I regretted this thing so many times. I've been psyching myself up to be a guildmaster who handled communication, coordination, and other odd jobs. He spilled his guts in a thoroughly exhausted voice. The two of them seemed to find it amusing, but their laughs were not those of scorn. Got it. For all we know, this reluctance of yours might make you a good guildmaster. Though I think it would be good if you were more of a take-charge kind of person. What are you saying? Isn't that one of Momonga-san's virtues?
I mean, aren't we all following him because he's like that?
That's right, yes, indeed, it's just as you say, Touch Me said in a self-reflective voice. Was he thinking about him, the one who left the game? What are you babbling about over there? Come quick. We're taking the photo now. Come, come. Guildmaster. Have a seat on the throne. Nishikienrai and warrior Takamikazuchi practically pushed him onto the throne. His other friends were already lined up and waiting for him. All right. We're taking the photo. Everyone struck a pose of some sort. They used their bodily motions to compensate for the lack of facial expressions in the game. Momonga touched his console and selected a smiling face from one of the emoticons. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. The floating orb-like camera before them was a cache item, which made the sound of a shutter clicking. At the same time, a ding-dong rang in Momonga's ear. He knew without looking that this was the chime of a received message, a picture of Ainz Ooal Gown and the prize they had won in their maiden venture. Momonga smiled. He let his thoughts wander to what he and Ainz Ooal Gown would do now, and in the future. End of Part 6. End of the Volume 0.